Chapter 1644. Gubai was thin-skinned and could not withstand such teasing. She quickly pushed away the man next to her and got out of his arms. She said in a panic, "Why are you here?" Wan Yanping rolled her eyes at her. "Jie, you're really distracted. You were the one who called me over to eat." Gubai finally remembered that this was indeed the case. In her panic, she had forgotten about this. She quickly called a palace maid over with a red face. "You can serve the dishes now." These palace maids were all carefully selected by her. Not only were they skilled in martial arts, they could protect her, but they were also trustworthy and loyal subordinate. This would also prevent her from having to appear in the harem with Wan Rui's appearance at all times. Very quickly, a large table of exquisite dishes was placed on the table. Wan Yanping ran over and hugged Song Qingshu's arm, pulling him to a seat. "Brother-in-law, thanks to you, I've been able to eat such good food for 2 days straight. Lass, no one will think you're mute if you don't say a few words." Gubai glared at her younger sister. Although there was a hint of rebuke in her tone, she was not truly angry. Even when she saw her younger sister holding her husband's arm affectionately, she did not say anything. Now, it was just the two of them who were dependent on each other. Song Qingshu was startled. 2 days in a row? Wan Yanping grunted. "Jie was very happy to see you come back yesterday and specially prepared a large table of food and wine for you. Who knew that you would be taken away by that little demoness, Zhong Jie?" Song Qingshu held Gubai's hand apologetically. "Yesterday, I let down your good intentions." Gubai's face turned red and she quickly pulled her hand back. "I didn't think it through. I knew that you were invited to the Grand Tutor's residence by Zhong Jie and most likely wouldn't come back. Yet, I still prepared so much." Song Qingshu's heart warmed. "You made all these dishes yourself." He subconsciously ignored Wan Yanping. That lass spent every day in a place like the laundry yard and looked like a little demoness. She didn't look like someone who knew how to make soup. Gubai replied awkwardly, "I don't have that ability. It's all done by the imperial chef." Wan Yanping, who was at the side, was dissatisfied with her belittling herself. She quickly spoke for her. "Jie's cooking is very good. It's just that she's going to be the emperor and doesn't have much time. At the same time, it's not convenient for her to cook personally. However, she still took the time to make the soup. Here, this soup was made by her." Gubai's face was tender. She couldn't stand her sister's flattery. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "So it was personally cooked by Madam. Then my first sip will definitely be this soup. I must definitely taste it." Hearing the word Madam from his mouth, Gubai was in a trance. The scene now seemed to have returned to several years ago, when she, her husband and her younger sister, the family of 3 happily gathered together for a family banquet. "Brother-in-law, I'll scoop it for you." Wan Yanping, who was at the side, scooped a bowl of soup for him. "Thank you, Ping-er." Song Qingshu didn't use a spoon and picked up the bowl to take a sip. He couldn't help but feel relaxed. This soup is well cooked, the taste is thick but not heavy, crispy but not overbearing. The 9 ingredients are all of the highest quality, and there are 81 variations. Not only are the flavors distinct, but they're all one. It really is the highest quality of soup. Gubai finally couldn't take it anymore and scolded laughingly. You're even better at bullshitting than Ping or Wan Yanping, who was at the side, quickly distanced herself. "In terms of bullshitting, I can't compare to brother-in-law. TSK, this is a classic of flattery." Song Qingshu smiled. This was a line from the movie God of Cookery. He saw that Gubai's brows seemed to be filled with deep worry and offered flowers to Buddha to make her laugh. It seemed that at least the effect had been achieved. The ancients said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. Now that beauty is beside us and delicacies are in front of us, how can there be no wine? Come, serve the wine. Looking at the 2 beautiful sisters, Song Qingshu's interest grew. "I'm afraid today." Wan Yanping was about to say something when Gubai interrupted her. It's rare that he's in such a good mood. Let's drink a few cups with him. A strange expression flashed across Wan Yanping's face. Since Jiejie isn't afraid, I naturally won't be afraid either. While Song Qingshu noticed that the two sisters' expressions were a bit strange, he didn't take it to heart. Sisters always had some private things to say in their boudoir. As a man, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. The wine was quickly served. The few of them had the palace maid's leave, as if the three of them were already in the most perfect state. One more person would destroy the harmonious atmosphere. As they toasted, the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. The three of them told each other about the things that had happened in the time since they had been apart. Occasionally, they would reveal the lovesickness that was even more intoxicating. Of course, it was mainly Song Qingshu who drank the most. Every time the two sisters clinked their cups with him, they would have a tacit understanding to take a sip. Song Qingshu didn't care when he saw this. He still drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He was a man, and it wasn't good for him to bully two girls when it came to drinking. Also, he had a good tolerance for alcohol. But even so, after the two sisters drank a few cups of wine, their faces were still flushed red. They were even more beautiful than usual. Song Qingshu's heart warmed when he saw this. He patted the two chairs next to him. "We are family, why are you sitting so far away? Come sit next to me." The three of them had originally sat around a small round table. The three of them formed an equilateral triangle. Song Qingshu felt that the distance was a bit distant. Hearing his words, the two sisters' faces became even redder. They unconsciously looked at each other and then hurriedly looked away with a bit of guilt. "We are already so familiar with each other, are you still shy?" Song Qingshu smiled. He didn't see how he moved, but he had already pulled the two sisters to his left and right to sit down. The two girls were indeed a bit shy at first, but they had already been pulled over, so they could only acquiesce. Seeing the two sisters' shyness when they lowered their heads, Song Qingshu's heart warmed. Would there be a chance today to complete the kind of scene that all men fantasized about? But now was clearly not the time, so he decided to get the two sisters to drink more wine. After drinking, their mood would improve. Maybe there would be a chance. Just like that, the three of them continued for nearly an hour. Of course, the two girls had long since lost their appetite. They just accompanied him to drink from time to time, and occasionally came together to whisper. Because the two women were separated by Song Qingshu, every time they talked, they had to pass in front of him. Smelling the unique fragrance of the two women, Song Qingshu only felt waves of dizziness. It was really like he was intoxicated by the wine. Seeing that the time was right, Song Qingshu asked tentatively, "Where will I sleep tonight?" Gubai giggled, and Wan Yanping also stared at him with a strange expression, causing Song Qingshu to feel a bit guilty. "Why do you have such strange expressions?" Chapter 1645. What foxtail? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he still tried to maintain his upright image. "You just tried so hard to persuade sister to drink with me. Do you really think we don't know what you're thinking?" Wan Yanping teased. Song Qingshu couldn't help but become angry. "Since you know, why are you pretending not to know? Watch how I teach you a lesson." Song Qingshu made up his mind. He put his arm around the waists of the two girls and walked towards the dragon bed without saying anything. The two sisters were already a little drunk. Now, their faces were red and their heads were lowered. Even the lively Wan Yanping didn't say anything. Song Qingshu was delighted. "There's a way." He carried the two girls to the dragon bed. He pretended to be drunk and fell onto the bed with them. Worried that they would be embarrassed, he didn't forget to wave his hand. The burning candles in the room were all extinguished, and the whole room was plunged into darkness. Brother-in-law, you touched the wrong place. Sister is over there." "That's right. Pinger, he's bullying me too. You played me like a monkey. Now, I'm going to make you pay." "Woo woo, The room was filled with sounds that would make any man's blood boil. Huh! However, Song Qingshu quickly cried out in alarm. He hastily stretched out his hand and used the scorching power of his solitary yang finger to light the candles in the room. At that moment, the two sisters' hair was in a mess. They covered their chests with their messy clothes and looked at him with ridicule. "You're having that?" Song Qingshu was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had finally thought that he could get what he wanted. Who knew that he would encounter the headache of all men? Wan Yenping giggled and said, "Otherwise, why would sister and I allow you to fool around and get us on the bed together?" Gubai also looked at him bitterly. "You're really a bit of a pervert. How could you have such an absurd idea?" Song Qingshu's head suddenly swelled. Not only did he not catch the fox, but he also felt hot all over. "Why did you two come together so coincidentally? I remember that you two didn't live together in the past." No wonder the two women looked embarrassed before they drank. It turned out that this was the reason. His words immediately angered the two sisters. They picked up their pillows and began to throw them at him. It turned out that Song Qingshu had forgotten that this was ancient times. It was common to discuss menstruation with one's girlfriend, but in this era, it was the most private and shameful thing for a woman. However, how could the two girls be a match for Song Qingshu's dragon claw hand? They were quickly defeated by his hands, and could only cry out and beg for mercy. Finally, under Song Qingshu's interrogation, Wan Yenping finally replied in a small voice, embarrassed, "It was originally different, but sometimes women's matters come a few days earlier, and sometimes a few days later. This time, I happened to be together with my sister. She came a few days ago, and I just came yesterday." Sharing this kind of most private matter with a man, the iron-blooded little queen of the laundry yard, who was usually as shy as a quail now. "You've caused me so much trouble." Song Qingshu was so angry that he spanked the two girls' buttocks. The two girls didn't get angry. Seeing his body that was about to explode, Gubai couldn't help but giggle. "Why don't I summon a concubine to come and serve you?" Song Qingshu looked at her in shock. "The concubines in the back palace are all your sisters-in-law. You want them to serve me?" Gubai exclaimed, "I forgot about that." "What does that matter?" Wan Yenping curled her lip. She really did come from a dark place like the laundry yard. The rules of the grasslands have always been that brother will always be connected, father will always be connected. Even if the father passes away and the son inherits the throne, he can use any concubine his father had before he died, unless it's his own mother. No one would think there's anything wrong with that. Gubai and Song Qingshu looked at each other. It was clear that they were thinking the same thing. The words "brother will always be connected" made the two think that Tang Quobian was his sworn brother. Now that he was lying on the same bed with him, wouldn't that also mean brother will always be connected? On the side, Wan Yenping didn't notice that her words had touched her sister's heart. She continued to say, "Brother-in-law, feel free to use them. I have so many cheap sisters-in-law. I'm sure De Gu won't mind." Gubai couldn't bear to listen anymore. She reached out and knocked her head. "What nonsense are you saying? How can a sister-in-law help a sister-in-law?" Wan Yenping couldn't help but pout. "You were the one who suggested it." Gubai's face reddened. "I was just muddle-headed. I didn't realize that earlier." Hearing the two sisters bicker, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. He reached out and pulled them into his arms. "Don't argue. I'm not a brainless beast. It's good to rest peacefully like this tonight. Sleep well, sleep well. Sleep well." Although the two women had never heard of this word before, they could guess the meaning of these words. They both spat. In fact, under normal circumstances, the two sisters would not put down their pride to lie on the same bed with him like this. However, because of their bodies, the two of them thought that nothing would happen, so they simply let him do as he pleased. "Are you really okay?" Wan Yenping reached out and poked him playfully. "You're already like this. Won't you suffocate?" Song Qingshu looked down. His face was also full of black lines. He said gloomily, "What can I do?" Ever since he started practicing the joy dhyana of the Tantra, his needs in this area had become more and more exuberant. His physiological desires were completely out of his control. Fortunately, he had enough female friends around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like those seniors who practiced the joy dhyana, who trampled on women everywhere and became the public enemy of the martial arts world. His personality was also easily affected and twisted. Wanyan Ping smiled foolishly. She moved closer to his ear and said, "Do you want me to help you with my hands?" Song Qinshu hurriedly waved his hand. "Please don't." No matter if it was Gu Bai or Wanyan Ping, they were both very inexperienced in this area. Moreover, with the strength of his body now, she couldn't release his desires at all. Not doing anything halfway would only add fuel to the fire. What? My good intentions are taken as evil intentions. Being directly rejected by him, Wanyan Ping couldn't keep her face any longer. She pouted and turned around, ignoring him. Song Qinshu could only explain the whole story to her. At the same time, he was secretly worried. If things continued like this, would he one day develop into a human-shaped planter and have to do that every day? After his explanation, Wanyan Ping gradually calmed down. She snorted. "Then you solve it yourself. I don't care." Chapter 1646. Gubai thought he was depressed and couldn't help but chuckle. "Serves you right." Then, the three of them huddled together and talked for a while. The two women fell asleep one after another. After all, they were on their period and their backs were sore. Coupled with the alcohol, they were naturally more sleepy than usual. However, this was hard on Song Qinshu. He had planned to chant the Ice Heart Sutra a few times to calm his restless body, but there were a pair of beautiful sisters lying on his left and right. The air was filled with the unique fragrance of the two women, which made him feel even more restless. After trying hard for an hour, Song Qinshu finally gave up. Not only did he not calm down, but he also became more and more restless. Thanks to the existence of internal energy in this world, my physical fitness is far better than ordinary people. Otherwise, I would have been crippled in my previous life. Song Qinshu was very glad. Feeling that it couldn't go on like this, Song Qinshu gently picked up Wanyan Ping's arms and thighs and put them aside. He put on his clothes and went out to walk in the imperial garden. Although they are biological sisters, their temperaments are completely different. Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. From their sleeping positions, it could be seen that Gu Bai was so gentle and virtuous even when she was asleep. She lay obediently at the side, while Wanyan Ping was much more carefree. She would throw her arms and hands around when she slept. Being blown by the cool wind outside, Song Qinshu didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. His boiling blood also showed signs of calming down, so he planned to walk in the garden and enjoy the wind to blow away the drunkenness and desire before going back. Breathing in the fresh night air, Song Qinshu's mood became calmer and calmer. Suddenly, he heard a faint and elegant sound of a zither. Previously, because he had to pretend to be the zither master, Zhao Wei, he had been specially trained by Zhao Min in zither skills. He could hear that the person playing the zither was skilled, and the sound of the zither revealed a kind of loneliness and coldness. Song Qinshu frowned. It's so late now, and there's actually someone playing the zither without sleeping. Could it be an imperial concubine? However, empresses and concubines' zither music would at most have feelings of bitterness and not this kind of death. Song Qinshu could tell that the person playing the zither was not in a normal state of mind, so he only hesitated for a moment before walking in the direction of the sound. After a while, Song Qinshu stopped outside the cold palace. He was puzzled. People from the cold palace? In this case, it was not strange. The women in the cold palace had no hope at all, so it was normal for them to want to die. Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to go and take a look. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. Now that he was in charge of the imperial palace, if he met any pitiful and desperate palace maid, he could let her out of the imperial palace and restore her freedom. At this time, in a room in the cold palace, a young woman in palace attire faintly sighed. She left the zither table and slowly came to a wall. She pulled open the cover outside, revealing the spirit tablet inside. The young woman stretched out her slender hand and gently stroked the memorial tablet as she quietly said, "Tigunai, if you knew this day would come, why did you act in the first place?" Although the young woman's clothes were clearly exquisite and made of high-quality materials, the color was extremely plain, without a trace of bright red or purple. "I don't know how you're doing down there, but according to the sins you committed when you were alive, I'm afraid you'll be sent to the 18th level of hell." As the young woman spoke, a trace of tears unconsciously slid down her elegant face. "I don't think the king of hell will find some female ghosts to serve you. You had countless women when you were alive, so you probably aren't used to it after death." The young woman stroked the memorial tablet again and again. "Last night, you told me in my dream to burn a few paper palace maids for you. You really haven't changed. Do you think I'll burn them for you?" The more the young woman spoke, the angrier she became. She pretended to smash the memorial tablet on the ground, but in the end she couldn't bear to really do it. She placed the memorial tablet back on the table, a deep sadness on her face. "Forget it, I've also done something wrong to you." As if recalling something from the past, the young woman's slightly pale face suddenly flushed red. "Speaking of which, it's all your fault. If you hadn't coveted his wife, how could you have harmed me? I really hated you at the beginning, but now that so much time has passed, I've come to accept everything. There's no longer any enmity between husband and wife. After all, you and I were childhood sweethearts, and I knew she was your wife for as long as I could remember." The young woman's face was already covered in tears. "Denai-gu, don't blame me for entering the palace. I was worried that the Tudun family would be implicated, so I had no choice but to agree to that person's conferment. However, some time ago, I saw that the Tudun family had settled down, so I took the initiative to live in the cold palace. I've never done anything wrong to you. Now that I have nothing to worry about, and since you told me in my dream that you were very lonely down there, I'll come and accompany you today." The young woman took out a piece of white silk she had already prepared and lightly tossed it around the beam. She stood on a stool and tied a knot, then took one last deep look at the memorial tablet. "I heard that people drink Granny Meng's soup after they die, completely forgetting everything about their past lives. I wonder if I'll be able to find you when the time comes." With a faint sigh, the young woman kicked the stool beneath her with the tip of her foot. Her entire body instantly hung from the white silk. Then, she felt as if the world was spinning around her, and she instantly became dizzy. "Is this what it feels like before death?" the young woman muttered to herself. To her surprise, she didn't feel any discomfort at all. She had heard that people who hung themselves would be in great pain before death. "Why are you seeking death?" a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. The young woman trembled and hurriedly opened her eyes. She saw a familiar yet somewhat frightening face looking at her with a frown. "It's you." The person who came was naturally Song Qingshu. When he arrived, he just happened to see the scene of the other party hanging herself. Without thinking, he used his sword Qi to cut off the white silk and rushed over to catch her the moment she fell, preventing her from falling to the ground. Song Qingshu frowned and looked forward. The memorial tablet was so eye-catching that it naturally couldn't escape his eyes. Written on it were the words, "Deceased husband Wan Yanliang's memorial tablet." "What is the princess doing?" Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. This young woman was naturally the princess of Hailing, Tu Danjing. Although she had been taken to the palace after the great change in the palace and was given the title of imperial concubine, the two of them were still used to each other's status. "Of course I'm hanging myself," Tu Danjing said calmly. However, she soon realized that she was being held by the other party, and a faint blush flashed across her face. "Let go of me." Song Qinshu helped her sit down on a stool next to him. "Of course I can see that you're hanging yourself. I just want to ask you why you're doing this." "Why?" Tu Danjing smiled sadly. "In my current situation, do I still need to ask why?" Song Qinshu frowned. "Why are you in the cold palace? Weren't you given the title of imperial concubine? Is someone deliberately suppressing you?" He was suspicious. Logically speaking, with Gubai's personality, he wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be Tadish or Wan Yanping? Tu Danjing shook her head. "No one is suppressing me. I was the one who asked to live in the cold palace. Everyone in the capital knows that I'm the princess of Hailing. I really can't stay in the harem with peace of mind. Since you're willing, why are you seeking death?" Song Qinshu asked again. Chapter 1647. Song Qinshu raised his head and looked at the memorial tablet in the morning hall. "Because of Wan Yanliang?" Tu Danjing turned her face to the side and did not answer him. Song Qinshu didn't mind and walked over to the memorial tablet. "Wan Yanliang and I have a deep hatred for each other. How can I let him enjoy a peaceful memorial?" As he said this, he picked up the tablet and prepared to smash it. "No!" Tu Danjing exclaimed and wanted to take the memorial tablet back. Unfortunately, the other party raised his hand high up, so how could she get it back? She could not help but be angry and anxious. Although he wronged you in the past, you also took your revenge. Moreover, he is already dead. What else do you want? Her first reaction was that Wan Yanliang had bullied Gubai. However, Song Qinshu did not tell her the truth, so she always thought that Gubai had been bullied. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he will not be able to repay what he did. Just these few words make me unhappy. Song Qinshu simply made the best of it and continued to act like he had a deep grudge against Wan Yanliang. However, in the end, he did not have a good impression of Wan Yanliang. Tu Danjing did not know what to say at this moment and could only plead helplessly, "Please, give it to me." Because she wanted to snatch the memorial tablet from Song Qinshu's hand, Tu Danjing's whole body was almost pressed against Song Qinshu's body. She kept jumping on her tiptoes, trying to get the memorial tablet back. However, she did not realize that their bodies were constantly rubbing against each other. Feeling her soft and exquisite body, Song Qinshu's fire that had just calmed down rose again. "It's not that I can't give it to you, but you have to promise me something." Tu Danjing's heart jumped. "What is it?" Song Qinshu smiled slightly. "Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Seeing the other party's aggressive gaze, Tu Danjing's heart could not help but tremble. She said in a panic, "No, I can't do anything that will let Digunai down. It seems that princess has the same idea as me." Song Qinshu laughed mockingly. Tu Danjing blushed and spat. "I didn't." After a pause, she bit her lip and said, "With your current status and power, you can have any woman you want. Why do you always provoke me?" Song Qinshu pulled her into his embrace and whispered into her ear, "Because you are Wan Yanliang's princess. You." Tu Danjing couldn't help but get angry and wanted to scold him. Who knew that just as her red lips opened, he would kiss her? Woo woo, Tu Danjing tried to push away the man on top of her, but how could she? After a long while, Song Qinshu finally released her lips in satisfaction. Looking at the panting Wang Fei, he reached out to brush her moist lips. "Don't you feel that there is no meaning in living? Then I'll find something interesting for you." Finishing, he lifted her up and put her on the table. Tu Danjing panicked. "Hey you, what are you going to do?" Unfortunately, the other party didn't have time to respond to her. Feeling the oppression of the other party's masculine aura, Tu Danjing said with a sobbing tone, "Even if you want to, don't do it here." She knew that it was difficult for her to resist him. Moreover, the two of them had done it more than once or twice, so she wasn't that resistant. However, in front of her husband's mourning hall, she felt strange. A playful smile flashed across Song Qingshu's face, and he directly untied the belt on her skirt. It's not interesting if we're not here. When Wan Yenmiang was in power, he loved to bully the wives and daughters of others. How could he expect that one day he would suffer the same pain? A trace of shame and indignation flashed across Tu Dongjing's face, but she couldn't help but tremble in the depths of her soul. Originally, she wanted to put down her husband's memorial tablet, but at this time, she had nowhere to put it in the air. If she threw it aside, she was afraid that it would break, so she could only hold it tightly in her hands. The alternating physical and moral torment made her body several times more sensitive than usual. Soon, she collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu left the cold palace contentedly. His restless heart, which had been restless for the first half of the night, finally calmed down. As for Tu Danjing, she once again experienced the most wonderful things in the world. She probably wouldn't be willing to commit suicide for a while. Song Qingshu's actions just now weren't entirely to vent the evil thoughts in his heart. To a large extent, it was because Tu Danjing wanted to commit suicide. Although he could arrange for palace maids to take care of her, if she really wanted to commit suicide, there would always be an opportunity. He could only think of a way to dispel her thoughts. Seeing her silently shed tears in front of her husband's memorial tablet, he quickly understood that she wanted to commit suicide to accompany her late husband. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and did such a thing. Presumably, she wouldn't have the courage to commit suicide to face Wanyan Liang for the time being. But it seems like I'm becoming more and more like a villain. If it was in the past, Song Qingshu might have a psychological struggle. But now that he had been in a high position for a long time, his mentality was very different from before. He knew very well which women needed his love and protection, which he needed to protect, and which he only needed to enjoy their bodies and didn't need to worry about their thoughts. Obviously, Tu Danjing belonged to the second category. After returning to his bedroom, the Gubai sisters were sleeping soundly. Song Qingshu guiltily climbed onto his bed. Fortunately, he didn't wake the two of them. After tossing and turning for half the night, he quickly felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. In the following period of time, Song Qingshu, the Gubai sisters, and Tajtish worked together to deal with the imperial memorials flying in from all over the country. They also arranged the logistics for the southern and western battlefield. But soon, they began to be badly battered. This was because the southern Song dynasty had officially started their northern expedition. The previous battles were just the vanguard probing, but this time, the main force had started to advance. The southern battlefield suddenly felt pressured. Thanks to the two pillars of the army, Fu Sanzhongyi and Kashi Lishaining, who were stationed in Jianghuai and Dengtang prefectures, the situation was barely stabilized. But the situation was precarious. Letters asking for help appeared one after another on the table in the imperial study. To make matters worse, in the eastern battlefields, in order to cooperate with the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition, the Red Coat Army had also started to attack the Jin kingdom. At that time, the imperial court had sent Fu Sanzhongyi's grandson, Fu Sananjin, to lead an army to contain the Red Coat Army in Hebei. Fu Sananjin came from a family of generals and could be considered an outstanding general. In the end, the two sides fought several times. Fu Sananjin was defeated by the fourth lady, Yang Miaozhen, and lost several prefectures and counties. This Yang Miaozhen is really a genius. Not only Song Qingshu, but the other women also had the same thought. Not only did this woman dominate the world with her pear-blossom spear, but she was also an expert in battle. From time to time, the image of the other party using her legs as a spear appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu forced a smile and suppressed some of his random thoughts. Then, he began to arrange a countermeasure. Fortunately, he had a plan not long ago. He secretly sent someone to inform Liao, Xiao Guanin, and Zhao Min, asking them to send troops to attack the Red Coat Army's lair. After all, the Red Coat Army was active between Taihang Mountains and Hebei. They had always been in conflict with Liao. Now that Liao had taken the opportunity to send troops to expand their territory, it was understandable. Since Liao had already sent troops, the threat of the Red Coat Army had been resolved. Next, there was another problem. That was, the Golden Snake Battalion had also started to move out as promised. They were going to cooperate with the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. Chapter 1648. Dongfang Muxua mobilized an army to attack the Golden Snake Battalion from the south, giving Ajio an excuse to return to the north. Of course, the two sides would not really fight, but tacitly stayed in a stalemate in Hebei, giving Song Qingshu time. Unlike the southern front, the western front had good news. Monk Wan Yenchen led the loyal army to Fengxiang Prefecture, and soon Pu Chazhen led the army to break through Xingyuan. General Wang Shi led the army to fight, but in the end, Wu Shi ordered a retreat and the Song army was defeated. Wu Shi then ordered the burning of Heqi and the retreat of Qingyuan. Xingyuan Governor Wu Qiusi led a large number of troops to guard the pass, but when Monk Wan Yenchen led the army to the pass, Wu Shi secretly ordered a retreat. Wu Qiusi's army was defeated, and Monk Chen broke through the pass. Subsequently, the loyal army broke through Fengzhou, Qingzhou, Shihe Prefecture, and Jiezhou with irresistible force. The land north of Sichuan, Gansu, and Shaanxi all fell into the hands of the Jin. In less than a month, they had achieved such great result. Although Wu Xian's coordination was partly due to them, it also proved the fighting strength of the loyal army and the abilities of the generals. Song Qingshu ordered Tang Kuo and Hongda, who were the best at defense, to stay at the western front and continue to control the various chokepoints out of Sichuan. He then mobilized the loyal army along the Han River to support Dengzhou and Tangzhou via Shangyong. He then bid farewell to the Gubai sisters and led the army to support the Jianghuai front with Tajkis. The reason why he brought Tajkis was mainly because Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen and he had to deal with it. Tajkis could continue to disguise herself as Tang Quobian and hold the fort in Jianghuai. What do you think happened to Ling Huchong? Why did he betray the southern Song and collude with the Jin? This was something that Song Qingshu could not understand. Previously, according to the information provided by Wu Shi and his cooperation, the Jin achieved brilliant results in the west without bloodshed. In return, they sent people to discuss an alliance with Wu Shi and secretly conferred him the title of King of Shu. However, the whole thing was really too abnormal. He believed that Ling Huchong's character would never do such a thing, but the victory he obtained was real, so he had no choice but to believe it. Could it be because you snatched away Blackwood Cliff's young Miss Rin, giving Ling Huchong a huge psychological blow? After all, the reason why Rin Wuxing chose you as his son-in-law was mainly because he valued the power under your command. Although Ling Huchong's swordsmanship is outstanding, he isn't your match in the martial arts that he is most proficient in. Therefore, he could only find another way to defeat you in terms of power. Tajtish said with a hint of ridicule. After all, having one's love snatched away by a knife is the best way to stimulate a man's growth. Didn't you also erupt like this in the past? As a member of the martial arts world, she was naturally aware of the old affair between Song Qingshu and Zhang Wuji. As they were heading south to provide support, speed was of utmost importance. Naturally, they would not ride in carriages but on horseback. At present, the two of them were riding side by side on horseback. Because they were in the army, it was inconvenient for Tajtish to appear as a woman. Therefore, she disguised herself as a man and became one of Tang Quobian's personal guards. Even so, her rosy lips and pearly white teeth still attracted the attention of many in the army. Occasionally, she would inadvertently reveal a frown or a smile, causing many inexperienced young soldiers to start doubting their own sexual orientation. After listening to Tajtish's analysis, Song Qingshu could not help but be startled. It seemed that there was a real possibility of that happening. When he thought of how he had caused such a great youth to become like this, he couldn't help but blame himself. It's all my fault. Brother Linghu was originally such a noble and virtuous person. Crocodiles, tears. Tajtish curled her lips in disdain. I was just speaking casually. Wuxi's abnormality might not be due to that. After all, no matter how much a person changes, it is impossible for them to change so quickly and thoroughly. Song Qingshu nodded. That was indeed the case. Something huge must have happened in Sichuan. It was a pity that he was unable to split his time and energy to investigate. Tajtish smiled faintly as she said, I only hope that Linghu Chong didn't betray us for the sake of power. Otherwise, when he finds out that he has sacrificed so much only to become the subordinate of a love rival who stole his wife, I reckon he will vomit blood in anger. What wife stealing? Ying and I are a pair of lovers who have experienced countless life and death tribulations. Song Qingshu glared at her fiercely, and at the same time, a haze rose in his heart. Previously, Ying had used the great blood ignition technique to consume her lifespan, and he didn't know how to replenish it. After setting up camp that night, Song Qingshu grabbed Tajtish's hand when no one was paying attention. Come to my tent tonight. Tajtish spat. How can I come to this army? What's wrong with that? Song Qingshu replied without a care in the world. Your current identity is that of my personal guard. What's wrong with living together with me? No wonder you arranged such an identity for me. You have always harbored malicious intentions. Tajtish glared at him hatefully. How can a matter of mutual consent be called malicious intentions? Song Qingshu chuckled. After leaving a sentence, he went to look for a high-ranking military officer. Anyway, I've already conveyed my message. Whether you come or not is up to you. Watching the other party leave with a hearty laugh, Tajtish stood there in a daze. When Song Qingshu finished his official business and returned to his tent, he found Tajtish already inside. His lips curled into a triumphant smile. Tajtish noticed his smile and hastily explained, Hey, don't misunderstand. It's just that my current identity isn't convenient. You didn't arrange a separate tent for me either. I can't possibly share a tent with another man. The ridicule on Song Qingshu's face intensified. If I remember correctly, didn't you train a batch of personal female guards? They came with the army this time. Be it Tajtish's disguise as Tang Quobian or Gu Bai's disguise as Wanyan Xian, as women, there were bound to be times when it was inconvenient. Therefore, they both trained a batch of personal female confidants. This way, it would be more convenient for them to protect or rest. Hearing his words, Tajtish hurriedly stood up. I nearly forgot about that. I'll be heading over to their place. After saying that, she stood up to leave. However, she was grabbed by Song Qingshu. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have teased Madam. I nearly forgot that Purple Dragon Queen has always been a proud and arrogant person who doesn't place men in her eyes. It's already rare for her to take the initiative to come over. Let go of me. Tajtish tried to shake his hand off, but unfortunately, he took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace. Since you're already here, why be shy? Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered. Why is Madam still as shy as a little girl? I knew you despised me for being old. Tajtish harumphed. However, she was inwardly surprised. Why did it sound like she was acting coquettishly? Chapter 1649. Along the way south, Song Qingshu was originally in an anxious mood, wishing that he could rush to the front lines immediately. However, with Tajtish accompanying him, he was so happy that he forgot about his duties, wishing that the journey would be as long as possible. Especially during the day, Tajtish's frosty and haughty demeanor, yet at night, she allowed him to enjoy the feeling of being as tender as water, passionate and moving. The former #1 beauty of the pugilistic world, her charm and taste were indeed incomparable to ordinary people. Along the way, Song Qinshu was completely bewitched, but how could Tadish be any better? Her husband's meridians had been damaged in the cold lake, causing him to be sickly and frail for the remaining years of his life. Tadish had basically never tasted the pleasures of being a woman. However, she was still young and naive back then, willing to sacrifice herself for love. Moreover, she had always been cold and arrogant, thus she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. That was until she met Song Qinshu. This man, who was the embodiment of a devil and an angel, had opened the door to a whole new world for her, allowing her to know that there were actually such happy things in this world. Even though she knew that it was inappropriate, she still couldn't resist her body's desire, and tacitly visited his tent every night. Gazing at the glowing woman in the bronze mirror, Tadish couldn't believe that it was her. Ever since her husband passed away, she rarely looked into the mirror, and spent most of her time roaming the pugilistic world in the guise of Grandma Golden Flower. Her peerlessly beautiful face was like a mirror covered in dust, withering bit by bit. However, recently, she felt as though she had become 10 years younger. Her current alluring beauty was perhaps only comparable to that of her wedding night. Have I fallen in love with that man? Tadish asked herself, but soon shook her head. After all, she wasn't an inexperienced young lady. After experiencing so many things over the years, experiencing life and death, the concept of love had long withered away. In this lifetime, she would never fall in love again. Yet, she was unable to resist that man, and couldn't help but want to get closer to him. I wonder what kind of demonic martial arts he has learned. My body has submitted to him, but my heart hasn't. Tadish incessantly hinted at herself. Skills in bed are also skills. Song Qinshu couldn't help but think proudly that for a man like him, unless he really fell in love with a woman, he wouldn't have the energy and patience to win a woman's heart first. He had to get on the boat first. As for whether he would pay for the ticket or not, that was a matter for later. Moreover, just like what Zhang Ailing said, the shortest distance to a woman's heart was what, after getting her body, it would naturally be easier to get close to her heart. Just like that, the two of them took what they needed and stuck to each other like glue. Finally, they arrived at the front lines in Huainan. The southern commander of the Jin army, Fu Sanzhongyi, led a group of senior officials out of the camp to welcome him. As for Husher Lijining, he was in charge of the defense of the Dengtang region and did not appear. Song Qinshu was not one to put on airs. Moreover, the military affairs were tense at the moment, so everything was simple. He politely declined the reception and went straight to the commander's tent. First, the imperial edict of Wanyan she was read out by his entourage. The gist of it was that Tang Quobian had come with reinforcements and was also in charge of the southern front lines. Fu Sanzhongyi was initially dissatisfied, worried that Tang Quobian would ruin the state's affairs. However, in terms of official rank, Tang Quobian was the marshal, while he was only the deputy marshal. He could not allow Tang Quobian to be his assistant. Thinking of Tang Quobian's actions after taking office, which could be considered wise, Fu Sanzhongyi had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction. He decided to observe the situation first. If Tang Quobian acted recklessly and affected the war situation of the Jin kingdom, he would use his prestige in the military to check and balance Tang Quobian. Of course, Song Qinshu knew that Fu Sanzhongyi must have some thoughts about his sudden ascension to the commander-in-chief position. However, he was not worried that there would be any problems. Firstly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Secondly, he was here mainly to supervise the situation. The actual war would be handled by Tang Quobian. After Fu Sanzhongyi had received the imperial edict, Song Qinshu asked directly, "How is the war situation now?" Although he had sent messengers to deliver news along the way, it was not as direct as learning about the situation in person. Fu Sanzhongyi led him to a military map and began to report on the current situation between the Song and the Jin kingdom. In the early stages of the Southern Song dynasty's sudden northern expedition, the local armies could not withstand it alone. Therefore, there were many losses in the early stages. For example, Xinxi County was attacked by the Jiangzhou commander-in-chief. Baoxin County was attacked by the Guangzhou militia. Looking at the map, Song Qingshu recognized the places that had been lost. They were all border counties that bore the brunt of the Song and the Jin kingdom's border. It was not surprising that they could not hold on. The Song's main attack is in the direction of Xinyang. From the land of Jingchu to the north, there were originally two passageways. One was to go north from Xiangyang and attack the Nanyang Basin, and then attack the Central Plains through the Fangqing-Xia Road at the northeast corner of the Nanyang Basin. The other passageway was to the east of Xiangyang, through the Xinyang Passageway between the Tongbai Mountains and the Debi Mountains to attack the Central Plains. During the spring and autumn period, Wu Zishu of Wu led his army to attack the Chu state through the Xinyang Passageway. How could Song Qingshu not be shocked when Fu Sanzhongyi mentioned that the conquered counties were mostly in this direction? Fu Sanzhongyi shook his head and said, "The attack over there is indeed quite fierce. However, with Heshur Lai Jining presiding over there, the situation has stabilized. The Song Zhonglu's army is divided into two routes. One of them is led by Zhao Chun and Huang Fu Bin to take Tangzhou and Dengzhou. The other route is led by Jiangzhou Commander-in-Chief Wang Dajie to go north through the Xinyang Passage. Currently, they are blocked by Heshur Lai Jining at Kaizhou. The logistics route is far from the country's border, and they are now an arrow at the end of its flight." Song Qingshu nodded. In history, the reason why the Southern Song's defenses were so strong and their attacks were such a mess was not only because of the lack of cavalry, but also because of the frequent problems with the logistics system during expeditions, causing the army to lose its combat effectiveness. Fu Sanzhongyi was a famous Jin general who had fought with the Song for many years. Since he had made such a judgment, it was clear that the war over there was nothing to worry about. Fu Sanzhongyi pointed to the area along the Huainan West Road and said with a serious expression, "The Southern Song's main force is still here. The commander of the front hall, Wang Ziding, is leading the main force to Haozhou. The commander of Jiankong, Li Shuang, is attacking Shozhou. The minister of Wui, Chen Shaoqing, is attacking Lingbai, Wang Ziting?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. This was the current head of the Wang family, one of the four great families, Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui. Speaking of which, he had quite a bit of history with him. Wang Ziding was from the second branch of the Wang family and originally had no fate to inherit the Wang family. However, the eldest branch was Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang became a monk and had no children, so the Wang family naturally fell into the hands of his nephew, Wang Ziding. Wang Ziding's cousin, the eldest son of the third branch, married Li Qingluo and gave birth to Wang Yian. His cousin's sister married Morong Fu and gave birth to Morong Fu. However, if Wang Ziding knew about the relationship between him and Li Qingluo, he would probably want to take out a knife to avenge his cousin. Chapter 1650. Fu Sanzhongyi sighed in admiration as he spoke. The other routes of the Southern Song's northern expedition were fine. We blocked them one by one. Only Guo Jing's route was unstoppable. First, he broke through the strategic town of Xizhou, then Hong County. He went all the way north. It was like a sharp knife stuck between Shuzhou and Suzhou, making us unable to eat or sleep in peace. Guo Jing, Song Qingshu sighed with emotion, when he was Mongolia's Golden Knife Prince Consort, he contributed greatly to the Mongolians' destruction of Khoresm. Later on, he defended Xiangyang and defeated the Mongolian army several times. He truly lives up to his reputation. He thought to himself, although Guo Jing is not very intelligent, he is pure. It can be said that he has no distractions. This way, he can achieve twice the results with half the effort. If he had not been burdened by military affairs these past few years, his martial arts would probably have improved by another level. However, from another perspective, it is the world's loss for such a talent to only focus on martial arts. Guojing is indeed powerful, but he has too many useless teammates. As the saying goes, a single log cannot hold up a pillar. Fu Sanzhongyi suddenly revealed a confident smile. Song Qinshu heard the hidden meaning in his words and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Fu Sanzhongyi pointed to the map and said, "This is the current location of Guojing's troops. This is the current location of the other Song armies. Marshal, do you see anything?" On the map, Guojing's troops outshone the others. They had penetrated deep into the heart of the Jin kingdom. However, the other armies were blocked not far from the border of the two countries. Song Qinshu could not help but wonder, with Guojing's battlefield experience, he shouldn't make this kind of mistake. He won't. Fu Sanzhongyi pointed to the other armies and said, "According to the scouts, the Song armies are advancing side by side. They plan to meet at the city of Suzhou and take down Suzhou in one go. This way, the entire West Huainan Road will fall into the hands of the Southern Song. Unfortunately, the plan is good, but the reality is cruel. The other armies are unable to break through our defense line and did not arrive at the city of Suzhou at the scheduled time. This indirectly caused Guojing's danger. Will the Southern Song dynasty just sit back and do nothing?" Song Qinshu asked curiously. "Of course there are changes," Fu Sanzhongyi explained. "According to the news from the scouts in the past few days, the Southern Song dynasty has changed their battle plan. They have secretly transferred back the troops from the other routes and plan to attack Suzhou directly along the road that Guojing opened up. Originally, I had a headache, and the troops in my hands were a little stretched. But now that the marshal has brought fresh troops, we can close the gates and beat the dogs. It's enough to swallow this army. General, you're truly a godly commander." Song Qinshu praised him without restraint, but he was secretly worried. Although he had been mentally prepared for Guojing's future, he did not expect it to come so soon. If something happened to Guojing this time, how would he explain it to Huang Rong? Report. At that moment, a scout suddenly came to ask for an audience, but was stopped by Tang Quobian's personal guards. It turned out that the scout had rushed here in such a hurry, and was suspected to be an assassin. Fu Sanzhongyi's expression froze, and he hurriedly called out, "This is urgent. Let him in." Song Qinshu waved his hand at the guards, asking them to let the scout in. The scout did not care about anything else, and as soon as he entered, he quickly said, "I just received news that the Southern Song dynasty has been moving their troops frequently. It's likely that they're about to make a big move." Report. As soon as he finished speaking, another scout rushed over on horseback. Not long ago, Guojing left the camp with his men. Fu Sanzhongyi hurriedly asked, "How many men did he bring with him?" "I couldn't see clearly in a hurry, and they deliberately covered it up. I only know that they are all cavalry," the scout replied. Fu Sanzhongyi finally let out a sigh of relief. "I'm afraid he doesn't even have 1,000 men under him." Beside him, Song Qinshu was stunned. "Why do you think so, General?" Fu Sanzhongyi explained, "The Southern Song dynasty has always been short of horses, and there are almost no cavalry troops. In recent military campaigns, there have only been a few hundred cavalry troops sent out each time. I overestimated them by saying 1,000. Song Qinshu secretly clicked his tongue. Although he knew that the Southern Song dynasty was short of horses, he did not know that it was to such an extent that they could only gather a few hundred cavalry troops for such a large-scale northern expedition. Report. A third scout hurried over. Reporting to General, another Southern Song army has left the camp. Their leader seems to be General Li Rui. Which direction did they go? Fu Sanzhongyi asked. The scout shook his head. It is temporarily impossible to determine their target. Fu Sanzhongyi spread out the map and began to study it. As he pondered, he muttered to himself, "According to our previous intelligence, Guojing's army is most likely a feint, and Li Rui's army is likely to be the main force. However, we do not know where their feint is and where their main attack is. Is it Suzhou? Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say, then we should focus our efforts on Li Rui. Guojing only has a few hundred cavalry troops under his command, and they won't be able to do much. If he could avoid meeting Guojing on the battlefield, it would be best to avoid putting himself in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, Fu Sanzhongyi shook his head. No, our main target this time is Guojing. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why? Fu Sanzhongyi explained. I have dealt with Li Rui before. He is just a mediocre person, or rather, the entire Southern Song army is composed of mediocre people. They can barely defend the city, but they are a mess when it comes to attacking. There is nothing to worry about. But Guojing is different. In his early years, he helped the Mongols in the Western expedition. Later, he defeated the Mongols in Xiangyang. This time, he is also outstanding in the Northern expedition. I can predict that he will definitely be a great threat to the Jin Empire in the future. He alone is equivalent to 100,000 soldiers, so we need to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him. But we do not know where Li Rui's main force is. If we do not do anything, will it cause the entire front line to collapse? Song Qingshu tried his best to dispel the enemy's idea and save Guojing's life. Unfortunately, Fu Sanzhongyi had already made up his mind. Li Rui is not capable of this. This time, he is most likely going to attack Suzhou. I have already prepared a big gift for him there. Li Rui is just a scabbard. Guojing is the real threat. Since things had come to this, Song Qingshu could not say anything more. After all, he was now Tang Quobian, and he had to consider the interests of the Jin Empire. If he continued to speak, he might give himself away. I have just arrived, so I will not meddle in the specific deployment of troop. General, continue to be in charge. Remember to inform me at any time. Song Qingshu was well aware of the danger of changing generals at the last minute. Now that Fu Sanzhongyi had managed the front line well, there was no need for him to interfere. It would be troublesome if he accidentally caused the southern front line to collapse. Of course, he did not completely let go. Although he had handed over the specific strategic design and tactical implementation to Fu Sanzhongyi, he still retained the final approval power. Without his approval, Fu Sanzhongyi could not mobilize the troop. This was to avoid being a mere figurehead in the army. Yes, sir. Fu Sanzhongyi breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that Tang Quobian would come and seize power. Then, he would give orders blindly and ruin the good situation. Now that the two of them had divided the work, it was perfect. Next, Song Qingshu excused himself from the long journey and returned to the main tent to rest for a while. Fu Sanzhongyi continued to discuss the next battle plan with the generals. After returning to the main tent, Song Qingshu took off his clothes and said to Tajtish, "Come here quickly." Chapter 1651. There's no other way. Song Qingshu took off Tang Quobian's official robes and changed into an ordinary set of clothes. If we delay any longer, Guojing might lose his life. Later on, you will disguise as Tang Quobian and stay here to deal with the soldiers. Only then did Tajkis realize that she had misunderstood. She secretly stuck out her tongue and asked curiously, "Are you going to inform Guojing?" Song Qingshu nodded. "I've finally met Guojing, and I've always admired his character." Tajkis shook her head. "I don't think you should save him." "Why?" Song Qingshu curiously looked at her as he tidied up his clothes. "Your ambition is to conquer the world while Guojing is loyal to the Southern Song dynasty. He will become your enemy sooner or later. Since that is the case, why don't you go with the flow and borrow the Jin's blade to get rid of him? The world will not blame you then." Tajkis answered. "Even if I can deceive the world, I can't deceive my own heart." Song Qingshu shook his head. Huang Rong's intelligent eyes appeared in his mind. I can't deceive her either. Moreover, it wasn't just because of Huang Rong. It was because of his values that he could not sit idly by or even add fuel to the fire. Seeing that Tajkis still wanted to dissuade him, Song Qingshu waved his hand. I have made up my mind. I will go save him now. You stay here and deal with everything else. He then left in a hurry. He had previously asked the military scouts about Guo Jing's whereabouts. After searching for several hours, he finally found traces of them. A group of cavalrymen was traversing through the valley. Although they were few in number, each of them looked valiant. They were obviously elite. At the forefront was a man with a square face and wide eyes. He looked resolute and righteous. It was none other than Guo Jing, whom he had not seen for a long time. Song Qingshu gave chase on his horse and soon attracted the attention of the cavalrymen. They thought that he was a scout from the Jin army. Since they could not afford to be discovered, some of them drew their bows and shot at him. With Song Qingshu's current level of martial arts, he was naturally unafraid of the arrows. With a wave of his hand, the arrows that were shot towards him fell to the ground. When the people saw this, they were shocked and quickly drew their bows and aimed at him. Song Qingshu frowned. Although he was not afraid of the enemy's arrows, his horse would not be able to escape death. Seeing that thousands of arrows were about to be fired, Guo Jing had already noticed that something was amiss. His eyesight was naturally better than the average soldier's, and he recognized Song Qingshu from afar. He hurriedly ordered his men to put down their bows and arrows, while he rode forward on his horse. "Brother Song, why are you here?" Guo Jing was pleasantly surprised. "I haven't thanked you for escorting Rong back to Peach Blossom Island." "Don't mention it. It's nothing." Seeing his bright smile, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel relaxed. No wonder so many people liked him. It was easy to get along with him. "It's nothing to you, Brother Song, but it's a big deal to me." Guo Jing was deeply moved. When Huang Rong was rescued from the imperial palace, she couldn't show her face in public for a short period of time. He was also busy with the northern expedition. Fortunately, Song Qingshu helped him send Huang Rong back to Peach Blossom Island and settle her down. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Brother Guo, this time I came specially to save you." "Save me?" Guo Jing looked puzzled. Song Qingshu quickly explained, "According to reliable sources, the Jin Kingdom has already seen through your feint and plans to take advantage of the situation to encircle and annihilate you. There are a large number of soldiers waiting for you ahead." Guo Jing laughed and said, "I thought it was something serious. I have already seen through the plan of disloyal servants and am waiting to counterattack. I will use myself as bait to help our allies attack Suzhou. That's why I brought all the cavalrymen. That's why I can advance and retreat freely." Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect that Guo Jing was ready to be bait. He continued to persuade him, "But as far as I know, this time the Jin Kingdom is determined to get rid of you. You are their real target. This bait plan is too dangerous." Guo Jing cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, "Thank you for your warning, Brother Song. But when I accepted this mission, I already understood the danger of this mission. If the Jin Kingdom's target is really me, then I can attract more attention from the Jin Kingdom's army and delay more of their forces, so that our allies can attack smoothly. As long as I can buy time, I don't mind sacrificing myself." Song Qingshu couldn't help but be in awe. He knew that he couldn't sacrifice himself, and there were not many people in the world who could. That was why it was so precious. But the sacrifice may not be meaningful. Song Qingshu thought of the confident appearance of disloyal servants and really didn't think that Guo Jing's allies could achieve their goal. Hearing this, Guo Jing fell silent. Obviously, these years of experience had made him understand the level of the generals around him. It was ridiculous to pin his hopes on them. It was a pity that although he was very famous in Jianghu, He was still too inexperienced in the officialdom. The task of leading the attack did not fall on him, so he could only lead a detachment to pretend to attack. After a long silence, Guojing sighed and said, "I've done my best. The rest is up to fate." Seeing Song Qingshu's worried face, he couldn't help but laugh and comfort him. "Brother Song, don't worry about me. I'm not a pushover. It won't be easy for the Jin kingdom to besiege me. What's more, Chen Shaoqing will lead the army to Lingbai. If I really can't hold on, I will retreat from there. There will be someone to help me." "All right then." In this case, Song Qingshu couldn't say anything more. He couldn't tell Guojing all the specific deployment of the Jin kingdom. Moreover, in order to inform Guojing in time, he rushed here without stopping. He couldn't wait for the plan of disloyal servants to come out. In a sense, he didn't know what the specific deployment of disloyal servants would be. By the way, Brother Song, didn't the Golden Snake Battalion agree to attack the Jin kingdom together? Why didn't they come this time? Guojing suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Prepared for this, Song Qingshu explained, the Jin kingdom and the Qin kingdom are brothers. They persuaded the imperial court of the Qin kingdom to send troops south, so the Golden Snake Battalion had to return to the north to deal with the Qin army. I see. Guojing showed an expression of understanding. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth will be interdependent. In this case, the Qin kingdom won't sit back and do nothing. At this time, a deputy general came over on horseback to remind him. "Lieutenant, it's time to set off. If we delay here for too long, we won't be able to reach the destination according to the plan." Guojing nodded and said to Song Qingshu, "Brother Song, forgive me for not being able to accompany you for a long time due to military affairs. After the war, my wife and I will treat you to a drink to thank you for what you did in Lin and last time. Business is more important. Brother Guo, take care." Song Qingshu cupped his hands in salute. Watching Guojing and his troops disappear into the distance, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He didn't know if this trip was good or bad. He hoped that he would have the opportunity to sit down and drink with them again. When he returned to the camp, he found only Tajtish was there. He wondered where disloyal servants had gone. Tajtish replied, "Not long ago, disloyal servants had been constantly mobilizing troops. In the end, he even personally led his troops out of the camp." Where did he go? Song Qingshu began to change his clothes. Chapter 1652. I believe they have gone to Suzhou to deal with Li Rui. In addition, they have dispatched many troops to encircle Guojing's troop. Tadish answered. Seems. Song Qingshu was slightly dissatisfied. Tadish was currently here in the guise of Tang Quobian. As the highest commander of the army, it was ridiculous for her to be unaware of the movements of her subordinates. Tadish hurriedly answered, "It is not seems, it is confirmed." She then unfurled a military map and described the movements of the various troops. Song Qingshu gradually grew doubtful. Such an arrangement. Li Rui has brought along the main force of the southern Song army. How can Fu Sanzhongyi be so confident in dealing with him so quickly? Tadish explained, initially, Fu Sanzhongyi did not reveal his intentions because he was worried that the secret would be leaked. However, I have asked him privately and he did not hide anything. Recently, there was a lot of rain near Suzhou. He has already built a temporary dam nearby and intends to launch a water attack. Water attack? Song Qingshu took the map and examined the terrain of Suzhou. He could not help but gasp. If the Song army is unfamiliar with the terrain and is unprepared, they may indeed be completely wiped out. Tadish sneered. I have seen Li Rui's information when he was in charge of political affairs. He is a mediocre person and will definitely fall for his trick. Tadish hailed from the western regions and did not have much affection for the Song. Moreover, her late husband, Han Qianye, had lost his life due to the southern Song's northern expedition. Therefore, she was naturally delighted to hear that the Song people would suffer a calamity. No wonder Fu Sanzhongyi is so confident. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. This time, who knows how many soldiers will lose their lives? Of course, he was no saint. He could only do his best to ensure the safety of those around him. He was unable to care for everyone's lives. Have you informed Guojing? Tadish cautiously asked after noticing his somewhat gloomy expression. Song Qingshu nodded. I have informed him. However, he is unwilling to give up on the mission. We can only resign ourselves to fate. He roughly explained his encounter with Guojing. Tadish came to his side and consoled him. You have done your best. No matter what happens next, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. This dilemma is really a pain in the ass. Forget it, let's wait for the follow-up news. He decided to take a rest and conserve his energy so that he could react in time. Because he was preoccupied, he didn't do anything with Tadish for the first time. Instead, he simply laid down with her, with various thoughts swirling in his mind. Just as dawn was about to break, a scout suddenly rushed in to report. Reporting to the marshal, we have achieved a great victory in Suzhou. A great victory in Suzhou. Song Qingshu was sleeping with his clothes on. Hearing the noise, he jumped out of bed and went outside the tent to ask, "What's the situation?" That scout could not hide the excitement on his face. General Pu San first used a water attack to defeat the Song army. Then, he led his army out and nearly annihilated Li Rui's army. The corner of Song Qingshu's eye twitched. This Li Rui is really useless. Although he knew that Li Rui would win this war, he did not expect it to be won so quickly. Where is General Pu San now? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. The scout answered, reporting to the marshal, after General Pu San defeated Li Rui's main force. He sent his subordinates to pursue him while he personally led his troops to encircle Guojing, who was feigning an attack on Suzhou. Guojing is in Suzhou? During this period of time, Song Qingshu had memorized the surrounding terrain. Suzhou was northeast of Suzhou. The two cities were at each other's corners. If Guojing attacked Suzhou, it would indeed be easy for him to restrain the nearby Jin army and prevent them from supporting the Suzhou army. Unfortunately, Li Rui was truly useless. In less than a day, his entire army was annihilated, rendering his feigned attack meaningless. At the same time, he was in great danger of being encircled and annihilated. Returning to his tent, Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. He said to Tadish, "Come, let's go to Suzhou." He somewhat hated himself. Obviously, he was not a good person, but he still insisted on some ridiculous principles. He could not completely become a bad person. He could not eliminate Guojing, nor could he stand idly by. As he planned to secretly rescue Guojing later, Song Qingshu still let Tadish disguise herself as Tang Quobian, while he changed his appearance and disguised himself as her bodyguard. Together, they hurried to the scattered loyal army. At Lingbai City, General Chen Xiaoqing's face was extremely gloomy as he watched Li Rui's soldiers return from the front line. Especially when he learned that a Jin army was pursuing them, his face twitched violently. He wanted to turn around, but he had some misgivings. Suddenly, a soldier ran over and said, "The palace marshal has sent an order." He then handed him a secret letter. Chen Xiaoqing hurriedly opened it and read it. His tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Then he said to the messenger, "Pass down the order. The entire army is to retreat to Shui." Several deputy generals beside him were shocked. "Aren't we supposed to stay here to cover the retreat? How can we suddenly retreat?" "That's right. Lieutenant Guo is still in Shui. If we retreat, won't we be leaving him to die?" Listening to the discussion, a trace of sorrow flashed across Chen Xiaoqing's face. The defeat in Suzhou is unprecedented. This northern expedition is destined to fail. Only by returning to Shui as soon as possible can we preserve the strength of the imperial court. If we exhaust the strength of the imperial court for Guojing, we will be the eternal evildoers. But, although the southern Song dynasty was weak, there was no lack of upright people in the army. Someone still raised an objection, but he was interrupted by Chen Shaoqing. This is the palace marshal's order. As the saying goes, military orders must be obeyed. Chen Shaoqing took out the military order he had just received and showed it to the deputy generals. The deputy generals looked at each other. This time, Wang Ziting was the commander of this northern expedition. Who dared to disobey his orders? I hope no one will say that we are Pan Mei in the future. Someone murmured, which cast a haze over everyone's hearts. When Emperor Taizong of the northern Song dynasty attacked Khitan, Pan Mei did nothing to save Yang Yi when he was besieged. Not only did he lose his prestige in the army, but he was also infamous for thousands of years. What nonsense are you talking about? We are just following orders. Chen Shaoqing snorted with a sullen face. He turned around and began to organize the evacuation of his soldiers. He had been immersed in officialdom for a long time. He knew that Wang Ziting was backed by the Wang family and the Jia, Shi, and Shui families. How could anything go wrong? What's more, Wang Ziting could use the reason of preserving the strength of the country, which made many people speechless. At this time, in the Jia's mansion in Linan City, thousands of miles away, Jia Shidao was playing chess with Liaoyingzhong. He had a mysterious smile on his face. "My lord, you are smiling. You must have one," Liaoyingzhong said tentatively. Jia Shidao put down a chess piece and said, "Han Jiefu has been very proud of himself for the past 2 years. It's time for him to pay his debt." Liaoyingzhong smiled and said, "Han Jiefu is no match for my lord. My lord, you can win from thousands of miles away. Now it's time to pull in the net." Jia Shidao smiled and didn't say anything. He put down a chess piece and said, "Ingzhong, you will lose if you are distracted when playing chess. Ingzhong's chess skills are far inferior to my lord's." Liaoyingzhong didn't care. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, what should we do with Guojing?" "You don't have to worry about that. I have already made arrangements," Jia Shidao said calmly. "Those who betray me will not have a good ending." Chapter 1653. "By the way, have you found Baoyu's whereabouts?" Jia Shidao asked casually. Liaoyingzhong broke out in a cold sweat. "We made an important breakthrough. We should be able to find young master's whereabouts soon." Jia Shidao snorted. "It's fine if Baoyu is safe, but if anything happens to him, I'll make those who went after him regret ever being born." Liaoyingzhong smiled bitterly. "It's not just his people who went after him. Those who went after young master might not have a good ending either." Meanwhile, Song Qingshu and Tadish were riding at top speed with their personal guards. Finally, they found the scattered and loyal troop. When they saw Song Qingshu, they couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "Marshal Du has come at the right time." Tajkis imitated Tang Ku's tone and replied, "General Fu destroyed the main force of the northern expedition of the Kingdom of Song in a day. Even the ancient Han by Weihua was no match for him." "General Du, you flatter me." Fu Sanzhongi laughed. "Li Rui is just a chicken and a dog. I'm more proud of my other prey than the troops that defeated him." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Tajkis knew what he was thinking and asked for him. "General, have you caught Guojing?" "Not yet." Fu Sanzhongi pointed into the distance. "But we have found them. They are now stationed between those 2 mountains." Guojing only had a few hundred cavalrymen under his command. Fu Sanzhongi had more than 10 times the number of cavalrymen under his command. Now that he had caught his prey, it wouldn't be long before he was caught. Tajkis wanted to stand on a high place and look, but Fu Sanzhongi stopped her. General, be careful. Guojing was once a student of Jeeb. The legend of the condor shooting hero is still spreading in the grassland. A few of our sentries were shot down by his arrows while they were standing on high ground. Fu Sanzhongyi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had defeated the Song army and was about to capture Guojing. He had done a great job. However, if something were to happen to Tang Kuo, all of his previous efforts would go to waste. I see. Tajkis was also a little scared. Guojing's archery skills had been widely known in the martial world. If there were no sentries watching, would we have let him go free? Fu Sanzhongyi gazed at the space between the two mountains. That's why I'm planning to send someone to attack. Song Qinshu furrowed his brows and transmitted his voice to Tajtish. Tajtish then asked on his behalf, now that we can't see the actual situation clearly, wouldn't it be too dangerous to rush in recklessly? Fu Sanzhongyi laughed and said, Marshall is worrying too much. The Han people have a saying, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how powerful Guojing is, he only has a few hundred cavalrymen under him. No matter what he does, he cannot change the situation. After that, he waved his flag and ordered a deputy general to lead 2,000 cavalrymen to charge toward the enemy camp. Hearing the rumbling in the air, and feeling the tremors of the earth, Song Qinshu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the iron cavalry that once roamed the central plains. Although they had deteriorated over the years, he could still vaguely see the shadow of the army that used to defeat the hundreds of thousands of Liao soldiers with just 10,000 to 20,000 cavalrymen. Fu Sanzhongyi had a look of approval on his face. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the charge of his subordinate. But soon, the smile on his face froze. He noticed that the Song army had suddenly fired thousands of arrows, causing the charging cavalrymen to fall into chaos. How is this possible? Fu Sanzhongyi suddenly took a few steps forward and looked in that direction in shock. This is the archery of the Mongolian cavalry. How did these Song barbarians learn it? Song Qinshu also had the same doubts. If the southern Song soldiers had this ability, they would not have been bullied by the Liao, Jin, and Mongols. If they were faced with the Mongolian cavalry, they would not have been so careless and charged forward without any preparation. It must be Guojing who taught them this. Fu Sanzhongyi quickly understood. Guojing was after all a former commander of the Mongolian army. It was normal for him to know about cavalry and archery. When it comes to cavalry and archery, we have been living on horseback since we were young. Why would we be afraid of you? Give the order, fire at each other. Actually, there was no need for him to give the order. General Yuanjin had already ordered his subordinates to take out their bows and arrows and start firing back. But what was shocking was that while the arrows were raining down, their counterattack was sparse. In fact, many of the arrows did not even reach the enemy camp. What the hell is going on? Fu Sanzhongyi was instantly enraged and couldn't help but curse. They had always been proud of their cavalry and looked down on the weak Song soldiers. But now, they were being taught a lesson by the enemy in their superior territory. No one would be in a good mood. A general at the side whispered, "Our bowstrings are mainly made from the tendons of animals. The Song's bowstrings are made from silk. That's why our bows are afraid of water and the Song's bows are afraid of the cold. It just so happens that it has been raining for the past few days." Even though he didn't finish his sentence, everyone present understood. Their bowstrings had been soaked by the rain, causing their elasticity to be greatly reduced. Now that they were in Jianghuai and the cold wasn't that bad, the Song's bows and arrows were naturally not affected. Fu Sanzhongyi smiled bitterly. The continuous rain these past few days had made him proud that he had made use of the weather to flood the Song army in Suzhou. But now, it had become a disadvantage for them. Seeing his charging cavalry being shot down, Fu Sanzhongyi's face twitched. His heart was bleeding and he couldn't help but roar. Even though it wasn't the Iron Buddhas who charged this time, they are also heavily armored. Even the Mongols might not be able to shoot them down. Why can't they take a single arrow from the Song army? During his time in the Jin kingdom, Song Qingshu learned that the most elite cavalry of the Jin army was the Iron Buddhas, which were heavily armored from head to toe. They were used to crush enemies head-on. Then there were the cavalry horses on the flanks, which could make full use of their high mobility and great impact when charging in groups. They were used to outflank the enemy before launching a surprise attack. There were two types of horses. One type was lightly armed and used for flanking ambushes. The other type was heavily armed and used to charge and break through enemy lines. The one that had just charged was of this type. That was why they couldn't win against the Song army. Other than the weather affecting the performance of their bows, this type of cavalry was also good at charging and not good at riding and shooting. The general just mentioned the weather was probably to protect Fu Sanzhongyi's face. After all, he was the one who gave the order. This range, this power. Could it be the Southern Song dynasty's divine bow? One of the generals said uncertainly. As soon as he said this, the temperature dropped. The Song dynasty's divine bow had made the Jin suffer a lot over the years. There were many old generals who had followed King Liang and Wanyan Zongbi in the past. The memory of being shot down by the Song dynasty's divine bow in Shaanxi was still fresh in their minds. The divine bow can be equipped on cavalry? Fu Sanzhongyi felt that what he had encountered today was beyond his knowledge. Maybe the Song modified it a little, someone guessed. Marshal and General, don't worry. The Song army is small. Even if they developed a divine bow that can be equipped on cavalry, it won't change the situation. Another general saw Fu Sanzhongyi and Tang Quobian's grim expressions and hurriedly explained. At this moment, the sound of drums suddenly came from the opposite side. Guojing took the lead and led a group of cavalry to charge over while the Jin army was in chaos. Fu Sanzhongyi's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly passed down one order after another, commanding the other troops to charge forward and save the troops that had been injured. He knew that even though there were more than 2,000 cavalry that had tried to probe the Song army, if they did nothing in this situation, they would most likely be wiped out by the enemy. However, by the time the other troops arrived, it was already a little too late. The troops that had tried to test the Jin army had suffered heavy losses. When Guojing saw the Jin army rushing over, he withdrew in time. The Jin cavalry tried to chase after him, but the Jin army retreated while shooting at them from behind, making them miserable. Chapter 1654. Song Qingshu was in awe of Guojing's performance. Although the Southern Song dynasty did not specialize in cavalry, they were able to advance and retreat well under Guojing's leadership. Their tactics were exactly the same as the Mongolian army, and their crossbows were even more powerful than the Mongols. If the Mongols had the same number of cavalry, they would not have been able to defeat them. Guojing is indeed a born general. Song Qingshu realized that he had underestimated Guojing in the past. Although Guojing's martial arts were first-rate in the world, Song Qingshu had never taken him seriously. But now that he had seen Guojing's other side, he realized that mere martial arts meant nothing to him. What Guojing had learned was to fight 10,000 enemies on the battlefield. If I had known, I would not have provoked Huang Rong. Song Qingshu was secretly regretting his decision. If not for that foolish incident, he would have been able to recruit Guojing to his side. At that time, he would have had a peerless general under his command. His relationship with Huang Rong was like a ticking time bomb. He did not dare to use him without worry. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Whenever he thought of the beautiful Huang Rong, Song Qingshu's heart would warm up and he could not help but feel heroic. Although he loved his country, he loved beauties even more. So what if he lost a general? At worst, he would fight for his country with his own hands. However, Song Qingshu frowned as he followed the Jin army and chased after the small group of cavalry from afar. Now that the loyal servants had lost their loyalty, they were determined to capture him at all costs. He did not know if Guo Jing would be able to escape. Although he had been worrying about how to deal with Guo Jing and Huang Rong, he had never thought of using the gene to get rid of him. In fact, he had always been thinking about how to save him. Firstly, he admired Guo Jing's character, and secondly, he was proud of himself. He disdained using petty tricks to harm others. "How much did you lose?" Tashkis asked as Tang Quobian. Fu San Zhongyi's face darkened. 200 died and more than 1,000 were injured. I will make them pay for this. Guo Jing had a total of 700 to 800 cavalrymen under him. The Jin side had outnumbered him, yet they still lost so badly. It could be said that it was a crushing defeat. At the side, Song Qinshu frowned slightly. Originally, he had planned to beat around the bush and use the reason that it was not worth it to dispel the other party's idea of surrounding Guo Jing. However, after this battle, it could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Over the next few days, Guo Jing fought all the way to the south. Although he had the most elite cavalry under his command, the Jin kingdom did not lack cavalry. Moreover, he was in the Jin kingdom's territory. Although he performed several amazing maneuvers, he still could not shake off his pursuers. After a few days, he was trapped in a valley. After several days of hard fighting, many soldiers were wounded by arrows. Guo Jing ordered the wounded of the 3rd Corps to rest on their horses, the 2nd Corps to take care of the seriously wounded, and the 1st Corps to continue fighting. As night fell, the Jin and Song armies tacitly set up camp. Neither the fugitives nor the pursuers were made of iron, and everyone needed rest. Looking at the Jin army camp not far away, Guo Jing gathered the soldiers and said, "Our morale is not as good as before, and we can't muster it up. What is the reason? Could it be that there are women in the army?" The group of people looked at each other. It turned out that when they attacked Shuzhou, they had robbed many wives and daughters of the soldiers guarding the city. Because they were worried that Guo Jing would punish them, they secretly disguised those women as men and mixed them into the army. Fortunately, they had robbed many horses from the Jin army in Shuzhou. Otherwise, there would not be enough horses if there were too many soldiers. However, Guo Jing was not a fool. At first, he was concerned about the battle in Suzhou, and indeed neglected the behavior of his subordinate. After staying with them for a few days, how could he not know that there were some women in the army? After secretly asking around, he learned that the soldiers had robbed the wives and daughters of the Jin. Guo Jing had always been an upright person. The reason why he left Mongolia to help the southern Song was because the Mongolians were cruel and tyrannical. Wherever they went, blood flowed like rivers, and countless wives and daughters trembled under their evil claws. He did not expect that the southern Song would have a similar situation. It was a pity that this cavalry unit had only been under his command for a short time. If the troops in Xiangyang City, trained by him, dared to do such a thing, he would definitely order them to be punished according to military law. Now that the group was in danger, if he killed the offenders, it might cause the soldiers to break down. When the Jins came south, they ravaged the people of the Great Song. How many wives and daughters did they have? Even the princess. One of the bolder soldiers said indignantly. However, he immediately realized that he had committed a taboo. After all, during the Jinkong disaster, many imperial concubines, princesses, and madams were kidnapped and sent to the laundry. This was a humiliation for the people of the Song, so he immediately corrected himself and said, "This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine." "That's right. That's right," the group of soldiers echoed. Looking at the agitated crowd, Guo Jing secretly sighed. Is this human nature? The Jin are beasts. Are we going to learn from them and become beasts? Although Guo Jing understood what these people were doing, he couldn't agree with them. He pointed at the frightened and timid women in the army and said, "Moreover, look at these kidnapped women. How many of them are decent Taoist masters? Aren't they our fellow Han people? Who asked them to marry the Jin? They deserve it. Someone muttered. Guojing was instantly enraged. The Jins are cruel. How can weak girls like them resist? We Han men can't protect the women in our tribe. In the end, we blame the women for losing their chastity. What is the reason? The Neo-Confucianism of the Southern Song dynasty was prevalent. It was only after the Jinkong disaster that women's chastity began to be perversely valued. Guojing grew up in Mongolia and was naturally dissatisfied with such a culture. Guojing had always been powerful. The group of people was intimidated by his aura and did not dare to say anything. Guojing took advantage of the situation and said, "That year, Li Ling led a lone army and was besieged by the Xiongnu army. The soldiers who accompanied him had previously kidnapped the wives and daughters of many Guangdong bandits who were exiled to the frontier fortress and hid them in their carriages. When Li Ling found out about this, he found them and killed them. The next day, they fought again. Sure enough, the soldiers did not have any distractions and their combat power increased greatly. Do you think I should kill these women?" Hearing his words, the women who had been kidnapped were so frightened that they immediately went limp and began to cry. The group of soldiers looked at each other. Guojing had always been kind and righteous. Why was he so ruthless this time? However, as the saying goes, kindness does not lead an army. It was not that they could not understand this approach. However, Guojing changed the topic. These women are also pitiful people. Moreover, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. I don't want to make things difficult for you, so I'll let them live. From now on, they will be expelled from the army camp. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, anyone who takes in women again and affects the morale of the army will be beheaded without mercy." The group of soldiers originally thought that they would be punished for this matter. Now that they saw the stick that was raised high up in the air, how could they not be overjoyed? They did not have any feelings for these women. They only wanted to satisfy their physiological need. Now that they had had enough fun these days, coupled with the fact that the Jin people were hot on their heels and the shadow of death had always shrouded their hearts, no one was in the mood to have sex. Chapter 1655. Everyone was taken aback at first, but quickly realized that they were using these women to obstruct the Jin men and buy time for their escape. Thinking that they might be able to escape alive, they could not help but reveal a look of joy. If these were ordinary Han women, Guojing would never have given such an order. Perhaps, with his benevolent nature, he might even bring these women back to the south. However, these Han women were the wives and daughters of the Jin soldiers, and it was inconvenient to bring them along. If they were to stay, they would not have to worry about being defiled by the ferocious Jin soldiers behind them. After all, they were the wives and daughters of their comrade. Just as Song Qingshu was hesitating on how to save Guojing, a whistle was suddenly heard from the military camp. Noticing the unusual movements in the Song camp, the high-ranking officers of the Jin kingdom gathered urgently. Fu Sanzhomi looked towards the direction of the valley and his expression changed. "Oh no, they're trying to escape through the night." Having said that, he did not have time to explain to Tangqua. He hastily mobilized his troops and chased after them. Song Qingshu and Tajtish looked at each other, then hastily mounted their horses and followed. When they arrived at the Song army camp, they discovered that it was bustling with noise. They hastily summoned San Zhongyi and inquired about it. "Don't mention it, they're the wives and daughters of the Shuzhou soldiers." Fu San Zhongyi snorted resentfully. They were previously kidnapped by the Song people and now they're deliberately abandoning them here to delay us. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed coldly. "I've heard rumors in the Jianghu. What chivalrous men! Bah!" Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. He could understand Fu San Zhongyi's anger. After all, anyone would be enraged to learn that the wives and daughters of their comrades were being defiled by the enemy. However, the only thing that he could not understand was that Guojing was obviously not that kind of person. Yet, the women before him were the truth. Fu Sanzhongyi explained for a while before hurriedly leaving to deal with the messy matters. After all, these women were the family members of the soldiers. If they were not properly arranged, it would disappoint them. They're really going to fight to the death. Tajtish approached Song Qingshu and whispered, "Yes, I can only hope that they can take advantage of this time to escape." Song Qingshu smiled wryly. Guojing's move was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it could indeed delay the pursuers, but on the other hand, it had also completely aroused the hatred of the Jin soldiers. If it was said that before, it was just these high-ranking officials who wanted to kill Guojing as soon as possible. Now, it was all the Jin soldiers who wanted his life. Fu Sanzhongyi finally sorted out the messy scene. He specially left a troop to protect and settle the women before, then hurriedly led the troops to continue their pursuit towards the south. After all, they were now in the territory of the Jin kingdom. Although the loyal army was not as agile as Guojing's troops, Guojing could mobilize the forces along the way to continuously block the enemy. Therefore, although Guojing bought some time with the help of the women, he still could not shake off the pursuers. However, he was not too worried because, as they had it by Ling Zhongyi and Jin were by Chen. The soldiers under him were also excited. After all, they had been fooling the Jin along the way and had enjoyed the wives and daughters of the Jin soldiers. It was enough for them, who had been oppressed by the Jin for a long time, to hold their heads high. When they could vaguely see the walls of Ling Fuchen, they were about to cheer when Guojing's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that there was no signal flag erected at the top of the wall. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop the troop. "What's wrong, Commander Guo?" a soldier asked in confusion. After all, they were about to return home, and everyone was burning with anxiety. "Something's wrong." Guojing told everyone his discovery. The soldiers also realized the danger. "It can't be. Marshal Sage Chen Shaoqing led the army here to cover the retreat. It's only been a few days. How could it fall so quickly?" a deputy general said in disbelief. "That's hard to say. Didn't the army of 100,000 at Suzhou City be destroyed in an instant?" Another deputy general snorted coldly. He was obviously very angry at Li Rui's defeat, not to mention that he had directly put them in danger. "This is different." Guojing shook his head and said, "General Li was on the offensive. Although I don't want to admit it, the imperial court has never been good at attacking. General Chen was on the defensive at Ling Fuchen, and the imperial court is best at defense. The Jin army could not have broken through so quickly unless what?" the soldier beside him asked anxiously. Guojing thought of Song Qingshu's warning and could not help but have a guess. Unless Chen Shaoqing did not stay behind to cover the retreat as agreed, but retreated early. "Wait here for a moment. Do not dismount from your horses. Be on standby. I'll go and see what's going on." Guojing did not tell them his guess. He was worried that these people would break down if they knew that they had been abandoned. Although he did not say anything, a shadow still shrouded the hearts of the group. They all looked at his figure with solemn expressions. Guojing rode his horse to the bottom of the city gate. He circulated his internal qi and asked, "Is General Chen here?" The soldier on the wall popped his head out and asked, "Is that Commander Guo down there?" Guojing was shocked and asked in a low voice, "Where is General Chen Shaoqing?" "The general is resting in the city," the soldier answered casually. "I'll ask them to open the gate and let the general in." Looking at the slowly opening gate, Guojing did not go in. Instead, he stopped his horse and pondered. Suddenly, he asked, "Where is General Wu who is guarding the gate? Why don't I see him?" The soldier was startled and answered subconsciously, "General Wu is patrolling nearby. I'll call him over immediately." Unexpectedly, Guojing's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly rode back and gestured to his subordinates to escape as soon as possible. Although Guo Jing was known for his slow-wittedness, he was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to practice such profound martial art. Especially on the battlefield, he had extraordinary intuition. He had keenly sensed that something was wrong and purposely spoke to test the waters. It was indeed possible that Chen Shaoqing was resting in the city, but the city gate was of utmost importance. He would definitely send his most trusted generals to guard it, and he had met all of Chen Shaoqing's trusted generals before. There was no General Wu. Not to mention that there was no General Wu by Chen Xiaoqing's side, there was no General Wu in this military operation. Because of Wu Shi's unusual attitude in Sichuan, in order to avoid affecting the Jianghuai side, no General Wu was brought with him. He had purposely tested the other side. If the other side was really the Song army, they would naturally give the correct answer. However, the other side followed his words and said that there was no General Wu. This proved that the people in the city were not the Song army but the Jin people in disguise. Naturally, they did not know that there was no General Wu in the Northern Expedition Army. Looking at their posture, they most likely wanted to trick Guo Jing into the city and catch him. Along the way, the people had already regarded Guo Jing as a god. Although they were puzzled by his warning, they still subconsciously began to retreat. When Guo Jing caught up, the soldiers were about to ask what was going on when the gate of Lingbai City opened and a group of people and horses rushed out. It was the cavalry of the Jin Kingdom. In this case, there was no need to explain anything. Chapter 1656. That son of AB** Tisichen Shaoqing has abandoned us. All of them had survived the bloody and fiery battlefield. None of them were fools. Soon, some of them reacted. Despite the pitiful lack of intelligence, everyone had the same thought. After all, ever since Pan Mei chose not to save Yang Yi in the early years of the Northern Song dynasty, there had been countless examples of allies being abandoned as cannon fodder. The group of people cursed Chen Xiaoqing's ancestors, but Guo Jing frowned. With his self-restraint, he would not scold Chen Xiaoqing like the ordinary soldiers. Instead, he was thinking about the hidden meaning behind this. Did Chen Xiaoqing retreat on his own out of fear of death, or did someone instruct him to do so? Unfortunately, he was not good at analyzing these political matters. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with any conclusion. He could not help but sigh secretly, if only Rong was here. His wife would probably be able to figure out the context behind such a matter with a turn of her eyes. Commander Guo, the Jin pursuers are here. A deputy general suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the north. His voice was full of despair. Previously, they had held on mainly because of the Song army on the Lingbai. But now, the Lingbai had long been lost, and the army had abandoned them. Now that the pursuers had caught up, there was no way they could survive. Looking at the billowing smoke and dust in the north, Guo Jing pulled the reins and shouted, "Follow me!" After saying that, he spurred his horse and advanced southeast. These days, he had become the backbone of the group. Therefore, even though the morale of the group was extremely low, they still subconsciously followed behind him. After running southeast for dozens of miles, Guo Jing and the others had to stop because the road ahead was blocked by a large swamp reed. They were about to turn back, but unfortunately, the pursuers of the Jin had already caught up. "Do the heavens really want me to die?" Guo Jing sighed. Now that they had nowhere to go and were being chased from behind, even Guo Jing felt a little hopeless, not to mention the soldiers under his command. Some were disheartened, some were cursing at Chen Shaoqing, and it could be said that they were experiencing all kinds of emotions. Witnessing everything in front of him, Guo Jing wanted to boost everyone's morale. But now that they were in a hopeless situation, he knew that any words would be useless. As for Song Qinshu, he followed the Jin army for several miles before Song Qinshu ordered the army to halt. Puzzled, Tajtish asked, Why don't we just charge forward and capture them all in one fell swoop? Although Song Qingshu was unwilling to lay his hands on Guojing, Toshkis had no such qualms. Moreover, she came from Persia, and in her heart there was no distinction between Jin and Song. Moreover, her husband, Han Qianye, was indirectly killed during the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition. Therefore, she did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Song people. Moreover, she vaguely guessed that Song Qingshu did not want to bear the infamy of killing Guojing. Therefore, she should be able to help him solve the problem that he was having a headache over. Hearing this, Song Qingshu frowned. Before he could say anything, Fu Sanzhongyi had already answered. Now that they are at their wits' end, as the saying goes, a cornered beast will put up a desperate fight. If we were to charge forward now, they would erupt with a frightening battle prowess in their desperation and drag us down with them. It is truly not worth it. Anyway, we have plenty of time. We can leave them hanging for 2 days. When the time comes, I'm afraid we won't even need to lift a finger, and they will lose their battle prowess. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. This Fu Sanzhongyi was indeed worthy of being a famous Jin general. His judgment of the situation was simply perfect. Following that, Fu Sanzhongyi began to dispatch soldiers to set up defenses everywhere, completely blocking all possible escape routes of the enemy. Watching this, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. It seems that Guojing would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. After arranging everything, Fu Sanzhongyi carefully examined the terrain where Song Qingshu's army was. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Perhaps we don't have to wait for 2 days." Toshkis asked on behalf of Song Qingshu, "What's the matter?" Fu Sanzhongyi pointed to the swamp of reeds where the enemy was and laughed. "The reeds here are the best place to attack with fire. Originally, I was worried that Guojing would rely on his superior martial arts to break out of the encirclement and escape. But now water and fire are merciless. No matter how good his martial arts are, only death awaits him." Hearing this, Song Qingshu was alarmed. If they were to really attack with fire, Guojing and his party would really be finished. Unfortunately, he could not find any reason to stop Fu Sanzhongyi from using this method. Fu Sanzhongyi was swift and decisive. Very quickly, he arranged for the soldiers to prepare kerosene and the like. Then, he ordered the soldiers to shoot fire arrows into the reed. Even though Suzhou had been raining heavily for several days, this place was sufficiently far away from Suzhou. The weather was extremely dry. Very soon, the reeds were set ablaze. Following that, the wind turned into a prairie fire. Obviously, the Song army had discovered the abnormality. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. Now that the fire had started, it was impossible for them to charge through the sea of fire and fight to the death. Seeing that the Song army was in a mess, Fu Sanzhongyi smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, we have helped the Jin kingdom get rid of Guojing." The group of Jin kingdom generals agreed, but Song Qingshu was not happy. Looking at the sky full of fire, he was really worried for Guojing. No matter how good a person's martial arts was, there was no way he could fight against nature. How could he escape from such a big fire? Thinking quickly, Song Qingshu tried to think of a way to save Guojing. Originally, he was thinking of waiting for Fu Sanzhongyi to capture Guojing before secretly rescuing him. But now that the sky was full of fire, there was no way he could capture Guojing alive. Unless he exposed his identity and rushed over to save Guojing, he would definitely die. But the price of rushing over was too high. If he was not careful, everything that the Jin kingdom had achieved would go to waste. Moreover, with Guojing's character, he would most likely not abandon his soldiers and escape alone. Furthermore, Song Qingshu was not an immortal. How could he save so many people? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He had already thought of a way. Unfortunately, the two sides were too far apart. There was no way he could secretly inform Guojing. Should he use his internal force and shout to him? While he was struggling, Guo Jing finally calmed down his confused subordinate. Then he ordered, "Set the fire!" The group of soldiers was stunned. The fire was so big that it was about to burn them, but Guo Jing still asked them to set the fire right under their noses. Wasn't he tired of living? If it were not for Guo Jing's prestige in the past few days, some people might have already cursed him, but many people still raised doubts. Of course it's not as simple as setting the fire. I don't have time to explain. Do as I say, quickly, Guo Jing hurriedly ordered. Although his subordinates were confused, they still followed his orders. They quickly cut down the reeds in front of them, forming a bare area about 2 meters wide. Then, they started a fire in the reeds on the other side of the bare area. The reeds quickly burned and soon formed a fierce fire dragon. For a moment it was on par with the fire from the Jin Kingdom's side. Chapter 1657. The two flames collided with each other, causing sparks to fly all over the sky. But what happened next stunned the soldiers on both sides. The raging flames visibly shrank. "Is this man a god?" Many soldiers of the Jin Kingdom cried out in surprise. Even Sanzhongyi was shocked. Using fire to extinguish a fire was beyond their common sense. The soldiers of the southern Song dynasty even worshipped Guo Jing as a god. Their morale, which had been extremely low, instantly rose. Song Qingshu smiled. Guo Jing's method was exactly the same as what he had just thought. He was worried about not being able to warn him, but Guo Jing had unexpectedly thought of this method. Using fire to extinguish a fire seemed profound, but it was no secret to him who had stood on the shoulders of countless giants. Once a fire started, the air would be heated to a high altitude, causing the air pressure at the center of the fire to be very low. The air pressure at the periphery of the fire was relatively high, causing a strong airflow to flow towards the fire. If a fire was set at the periphery of the fire would be blown towards the fire by the airflow, burning all the combustibles between the fire source and the fire. Then, due to the lack of combustibles, the fire would be extinguished. Of course, to do this, one had to clear a barrier in advance. Otherwise, a slight carelessness could easily backfire. That was why Guo Jing had arranged for the soldiers to clear the reeds in front of the camp. Song Qingshu looked in that direction with some confusion. He had the relevant knowledge of physics, and he had read in the news in his previous life that Australia often used this method to extinguish fires. How did Guo Jing come up with such a method? Was Huang Rong by his side? In fact, this was just his imagination running wild. The reason why Guo Jing knew this method was related to his experience of herding horses and sheep on the Mongolian grasslands when he was young. The herdsmen there would sometimes use this method to extinguish fires on the grasslands. Although they did not know physics, they had the same experience accumulated by their ancestors. Taking advantage of the Jin people's distraction, Guo Jing led his cavalry and rushed out from the side. Taking advantage of the gap caused by the fire, they broke through the encirclement and ran towards the mountains. Fu Sanzhongyi was both angry and anxious. He hurriedly mobilized his troops to surround and intercept them. Tajtish hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Guo Jing only has a few hundred cavalrymen at most. Why do you have to mobilize so many people and waste so much effort here? Along the way, we have already suffered many casualties. Don't forget that our most important target is the main force of the Song army." She had received Song Qingshu's instructions. Although she was unwilling, she still tried to dispel the idea of his loyalty. "Marshal, you may not know this," Fu Sanzhongyi explained. "We personally led tens of thousands of cavalry to attack a few hundred southern Song people. If we can't destroy them, we will lose all our prestige and will not be able to mobilize troops in the future. At the same time, it will also raise the morale of the southern Song people and increase their ambition to go on a northern expedition. As for the southern Song's main forces in Suzhou, they have long since been routed and are nothing to worry about." Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Now that things had come to this, it could be said that it was hard to get off the tiger's back. Even if he wanted to give up, it was impossible. Don't worry, Marshal. Perhaps sensing Tajtish's strange behavior, Fu Sanzhongyi thought that the marshal was worried about something and explained, just as a precaution, I have already arranged for a large number of troops to be stationed on the main road ahead. This time, Guojing will not be able to escape even if he has wings. After pondering along the way, Song Qinshu gradually calmed down. It was impossible to let Guojing go under the watchful eyes of the crowd, but he could definitely think of a way to rescue him after he was captured. As long as he did not nearly die in a sea of fire like before, it would be fine. When Tajtish and Fu Sanzhongyi finished their conversation, the group of people caught up with them. It turned out that Guojing had tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but unfortunately, his escape route had long been sealed. Left with no choice, he could only lead the remnants of his troops up a small mountain, using the characteristics of the forest to resist the rain of arrows from the Golden People. At the same time, he had the geographical advantage of being on a higher ground. The Golden soldiers in front had already organized a few assaults, but just like that, they were forcefully blocked by the enemy with the help of arrows and falling rocks. After listening to the soldiers' report, Fu Sanzhongyi was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. This mountain isn't big, and I have already surrounded it from all sides. Finally, they can't escape. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly to himself. According to the soldiers' report, this small mountain had no water source or food. It could be said that it was a treacherous place for the military. However, Guojing and the rest were also at a dead end. If they did not go up this treacherous place, they might very well die under the encirclement of the Golden soldiers. If they went up there, they could at least buy themselves some time. Pass down my order. Everyone is to set up camp at the foot of the mountain. Without water and food, they will soon lose the ability to fight. As a famous general, Fu Sanzhongyi knew very well that in such a situation, it would be more appropriate for the soldiers to take turns to harass the enemy. However, they had suffered many casualties in the past few days. Although he felt that as long as they could capture Guojing, the middle and lower-ranked soldiers might not understand. If tens of thousands of men and horses chased after a few hundred people, they would suffer great losses, and he would be criticized for it. Moreover, Guojing had just put out a show of putting out the fire, and the morale of the Jin army had taken a big hit. Therefore, he needed to let the soldiers rest. By the time the Song army was hungry and thirsty, the morale of the Jin army should have recovered. Only then could they minimize their losses. Meanwhile, the Jin army was setting up camp. The remaining dozens of Song soldiers on the mountain surrounded Guojing and said, "Commander Guo, now that things have come to this, we will definitely die. You are unparalleled in martial arts, why don't you use the night to escape alone?" After several days and nights of pursuit, only a few dozen of the 480 cavalrymen were left. Many of them were heavily injured and could die at any time. The rest of them were injured and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Hearing their words, Guojing's expression changed. "I am not that kind of person who is afraid of death. I will never abandon my comrades like this." The soldiers tried to persuade him. "Hero Guo, in this situation, there is no way we can escape. Moreover, we have humiliated the wife and daughter of the Jin soldiers in Shuzhou. Even if we are caught, we will only be tortured to death. There is no other way. But you are different. Your martial arts are well known in the world. Without us dragging you down, you may be able to escape in the night." They no longer addressed him by his official rank, but by Hero Guo. Obviously, they had long been influenced by his chivalrous reputation. Now that they were at a critical juncture of life and death, any official rank meant nothing to them. Only their heartfelt respect would allow them to make such a suggestion. "Hero Guo, please don't feel burdened. The reason why we are in such a desperate situation this time is because Chen Shaoqing, the martial gentleman, abandoned his comrades. We need Hirogwa to return to the court and expose Chen Xiaoqing's shameless behavior to avenge us. Otherwise we will die with regrets. Obviously, they did not forget who had harmed them. They gnashed their teeth and said, "Yes, while we still have some strength, we can still protect Hirogwa. If you escape for too long, I am afraid we will not be able to help you." The crowd tried to persuade Guojing. Guojing's face was as dark as water. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to say anything more. I will not escape alone. As for Chen Xiaoqing abandoning his comrades, there are so many people on the battlefield. After all, he can't stop them from talking. Sooner or later, the court will avenge us." Seeing that they wanted to say something, Guojing took off his armor and said, "I have made up my mind. Don't follow me. Let me kill the Jean Marshal alone." Hearing the determination in his tone, the soldiers all had tears in their eyes. "Hirogwa, we will go with you." Guojing shook his head and said, "No, if you go together, you will be a big target. You will be easily discovered by the Jean men in advance." Hearing this, the soldiers did not say anything more. They all looked at him with tears in their eyes. They knew that Guojing would probably die if he went alone. "No, it should be 10 out of 10. Guojing said in a deep voice, "If I am lucky to succeed, the Jean army will be in chaos. You must seize this opportunity to break out of the encirclement. If this assassination fails—" He was silent for a long time before saying, "Then I will go first. Take care of yourselves." "Hirogwa!" The group of people all grabbed his arm, choking with sobs. Some of the younger soldiers could not help but sob. Guojing patted everyone's hands and turned to walk down the mountain. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and said with a sigh, "Regardless of whether I succeed or fail, I won't be able to live. It's a pity that I won't be able to see my unborn child. If any of you are lucky enough to return to Lin An, when you see my wife, tell her that I have let her down. When the child is born, if it is a daughter, she will be named Guoxiang. We spent most of our time guarding Xiangyang, so it can be considered a memento. If it is a son, he will be named Polu, with the intention of expelling the Tartars." After saying this, he casually waved his hand and disappeared into the woods with his lightness skill. Meanwhile, Song Qinshu was accompanying Tajkis in the marshal's tent, discussing with Fu Sanzhongyi and a group of senior officers the strategy to attack the mountain. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Fu Sanzhongyi said with dissatisfaction, "What is so noisy?" "General, there is an assassin." The guard at the door answered in panic. "An assassin?" Fu Sanzhongyi was so angry that he laughed. This was a military camp, not the palace or the residence of a minister. There were tens of thousands of soldiers heavily guarding the outside. How could there be an assassin? "Marshal and generals, please retreat. An assassin is charging this way." The commotion outside grew louder and the guard's voice became increasingly flustered. "Preposterous! Is this father's army of tens of thousands just for show?" Fu Sanzhongyi had been suppressing his anger for the past few days. Just as he was wondering where to vent his anger, he unsheathed his sword and ran out. Seeing that their commanding general had left, the other generals naturally did not dare to be negligent. One by one, they unsheathed their swords and followed suit. These men had spent their entire lives on the battlefield and were adept with horse and bow. Moreover, with such a large group of people gathered together, they naturally did not fear any assassins in their own camp. Song Qinshu and Tajkis looked at each other and followed suit. When they arrived outside the tent, a group of bodyguards had already surrounded them in 3 layers. From afar, they saw a rider charging towards them like a ferocious tiger charging into a pack of wolves. He was invincible all along the way and was charging towards them. Along the way, many Jin soldiers tried to stop him. Unfortunately, the rider drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Several of them were hit and fell to the ground. The Jin soldiers who were slightly closer to the horse were slashed by the rider's saber, creating a rain of blood. Chapter 1658. Guojing was like the sharpest knife, forcefully piercing a gap in the Jin Kingdom's camp. No one could stop him wherever he went. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue. On the one hand, he admired Guojing's bravery, and on the other hand, he admired his foresight even more. It was not easy to take the head of a general among thousands of soldiers. There was a sea of people everywhere, and if he paused for even a moment, he would be swarmed by the people next to him. Therefore, when fierce generals of past dynasties wanted to break through the enemy's formation, they had to be fierce and skillful. There was no need to mention how fierce they were. Without the bravery, they would most likely be defeated at the beginning, not to mention breaking through the enemy's formation. However, bravery alone was not enough. They needed to use more skillful techniques to break through the gaps in the army. That was because commanding an army was not as simple as commanding one's hands and feet. Even the most brilliant general could easily leave a gap between his subordinate. Of course, the more famous a general was, the more likely such a gap would be. If he could not seize it in time, he would immediately be drowned by the sea of enemies. Guojing had such keen foresight, and that was why he could directly rush to the center of the Jin army alone. However, he was not a god. Moreover, the Jin army was gradually coming to their senses, so his speed became slower and slower. In the end, his war horse fell to the ground due to its heavy injuries. However, before the Jin people could celebrate, Guojing suddenly jumped up from the ground. With his superb lightness skill, he dodged countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. With a few leaps, he leaped over a group of people and rushed to Fu Sanzhongyi. Protect the general! The surrounding guards were shocked. They all pulled out their long sabers and rushed to Guojing. Guojing's body twisted, and he used the 9-in manual's snake body movement. After dodging the Jin soldiers' attacks, he suddenly attacked Fu Sanzhongyi from an incredible angle. Fu Sanzhongyi did not panic. This time, he had come fully prepared to kill Guojing. There were many top Jin experts lying in ambush around him. Suddenly, they flashed out from behind to stop Guojing. Although their martial arts were not as good as Guojing's, each one of them had been carefully selected by the loyal servants of the country. Now, with the cooperation of the surrounding guards, it would not be too difficult for them to stop Guojing. Seeing that Guojing was covered in blood and breathing heavily, Song Qingshu could not help but secretly sigh. It was not a joke to rush to the enemy's formation. Even with Guojing's high kung fu and his natural sensitivity to the battlefield, he was already seriously injured before he succeeded. Of course, if it were anyone else, they would not even be able to rush to the enemy's commander. Now that he was surrounded, it was clear that Guojing's assassination attempt had failed. Looking at the deep wounds on his body, Song Qingshu frowned. If this continued, Guojing would inevitably be hacked to death. He had to think of a way to save him. At this moment, Guojing's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. As the saying goes, the first roll of drums gives rise to the second, and the third is exhausted. Now that he knew that he had failed, his hands and feet became heavier and heavier, and his movements were slower than usual. Guojing did not know whether it was blood or sweat that had wet his eyes. At this time, he only felt that his vision began to blur. He knew that he could hold on for at most half an hour before he died here. For some reason, at this time, he did not think of his wife and children. Instead, he was filled with regret and unwillingness for the failure of this assassination. Suddenly, he glanced at the bearded man not far away from him. His heart skipped a beat because he knew this man. Back when he was in the Jin Kingdom, he had met Tang Quobian once. But he did not expect that lonely man to rise to the top and become the Jin Kingdom's military and political leader. If he could kill him, the political circle of the Jin Kingdom would be in turmoil. It would be much more useful than killing a mere Fu Sanzhongyi. With this thought in mind, he suddenly felt an inexplicable strength in his body. With a feint, he suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Tang Quobian. Protect the marshal! Fu San Zhongyi immediately panicked. He was fully prepared, but Tang Quobian was not. If anything happened to him, not only would he not get any credit for defeating the Song army, but he would also be charged with a serious crime. There were many people in the court waiting for him to be removed from office. Although he was panicking, Tang Quobian was the Jin Kingdom's top man. His personal guards were not to be trifled with. In terms of martial arts, they were better than Fu San Zhongyi's guards. Just now, when Guojing was killing, they did not move. They had been guarding Tang Quobian to ensure his safety. Now that they saw him rushing over, they all moved to stop him. Guojing roared again and again. Even though he had used the method of exchanging injury for injury and had indeed intimidated many guards, he was unable to withstand the large number of guards. Moreover, each and every one of them was well trained. They forcibly held him back and prevented him from advancing any further. Fu San Zhongyi finally came to his senses. He hurriedly took out a huge iron bow and secretly aimed at Guojing's back. Noticing his actions, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The reason why Song Qingshu was able to obtain his current position in the army was not only because he had many military achievements, but also because he had relied on his bow to make a name for himself in the army. It was said that he could draw a 3-pickle bow and shoot an arrow that could destroy a stone tablet and split a rock. Under normal circumstances, Song Qingshu would not have worried about Guojing. He was an expert who had been through life and death situations, so he had long been able to keep his eyes and ears open. Naturally, he would be able to avoid such a sneak attack. But things were different now. Guojing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Coupled with his serious injuries, it was unlikely that he would be able to dodge the arrow aimed at his back. If Guojing was hit by Fu San Zhongyi's arrow, there was no doubt that he would die. Song Qingshu did not have time to think. He moved and rushed toward Guojing. Guojing was in the midst of a bitter struggle. Suddenly, alarm bells went off in his mind. He hastily turned to the side in an attempt to defend himself. Unfortunately, his vision blurred. Someone had sealed the acupoints on his back. He lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Everyone only saw a blur before Guojing was subdued. The person who attacked him was Tang Quobian's personal guard. They could not help but click their tongues. The marshal's side was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Of course, Song Qingshu knew what was going on. Although his martial arts were higher than Guojing's, it was not enough to subdue him in one move. The main reason was that Guojing was seriously injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Coupled with his sneak attack, he was able to subdue Guojing in one move. Seeing that Guojing was subdued, Fu San Zhongyi put down his bow and congratulated. Congratulations to the marshal for capturing the world-famous Guojing. In the future, the people of Song will definitely be terrified. Toshkis plainly replied, General, lock Guojing up and send a physician to treat his injuries. A living Guojing is much more useful than a dead one. Chapter 1659. Toshkis had obviously sensed Song Qingshu's intentions. To prevent Tang Quobian from getting into trouble, she had even ordered Fu San Zhongyi's men to imprison Guojing. This was to prevent Tang Quobian's reputation from being tarnished if Guojing were to be rescued. Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. He had to admit that in addition to her beautiful appearance, this woman also had the unique wisdom of a mature woman. She was really charming. The remaining Song soldiers on the mountain, who could still leave, had taken advantage of the chaos that Guojingchong had created to escape down the mountain. As for whether they could escape alive, it was up to fate. As for the heavily injured soldiers, they were unable to leave. To not be a burden to their comrades, they stayed behind to cover the retreat. They were the ones who had been watching Guojing charge into the camp. When they saw Guojing taking the lead and breaking through the Jin camp, they cheered with joy. However, when they saw Guojing fall into the encirclement and fail, they all sighed. When they saw Guojing fall to the ground, they all cried out in pain, "Hero Guo!" The group of men could not help but hug each other and cry. Soon, they noticed that the Jin soldiers were approaching the mountain. They discussed, "We kidnapped the wife and daughter of a Jin soldier from Shuzhou. Now that we are captured, we will definitely be tortured. Why don't we end it ourselves?" "That's right. Hero Guo is leaving first. We will follow him immediately." With that, the rest of the group prepared to be slaughtered. Fu San Zhongyi could not help but sigh after hearing the Song soldiers' choice. If the Song soldiers were all as unyielding as they are now, the Jin would never be able to occupy their territory. He quickly changed the topic. However, such people are destined to be in the minority. Most Song soldiers are like Chen Shaoqing, who abandoned their comrades on the battlefield. Song Qingshu was obviously not in the mood to discuss human nature with him. He secretly transmitted his voice to Tajkis. "How is Guojing now? A doctor from the army has just examined him. There are 8 serious injuries, 36 minor injuries, and 12 arrow wounds. If it weren't for his strong internal energy and good physique, he would have died long ago." Fu Sanzhongyi replied, "Even so, he is now half a foot in the gates of hell. Whether he can be saved or not is still a 50-50 chance." Tadish waved her hand. "Have the physician treat him at all costs. His life must be preserved." Sanzhongyi asked doubtfully, "Marshal, forgive this subordinate for speaking bluntly, but Guojing has always been loyal. Even if we save him, he will not surrender. Since that is the case, why should we waste so much effort to save him?" Clearly, he was not interested in Tangqua's argument for sparing Guojing's life. In his opinion, it would be better to just chop off Guojing's head and use it as a sign to clear the way south. Tadish frowned and snorted. "I have my own arrangements. You don't have to worry about this." Fu Sanzhongyi smiled bitterly. "Marshal, even if you don't say it, I can guess. Most likely, you feel that Guojing is a rare commodity. But this time, Guojing has clearly been abandoned by the Southern Song. This is enough to prove that although his prestige among the people is high, he is not important in the eyes of the Southern Song officials." "Who said I want to use him to threaten the Southern Song?" Tadish replied unhurriedly. "Guojing was once the Golden Blade Prince consort of the Mongols. Since then, he has always been at odds with the Mongols. I believe the Mongols have no lack of interest in him. Compared to the Southern Song, the Mongols will surely offer a higher price." Fu Sanzhongyi cried out in alarm. "If we hand Guojing over to the Mongols, won't we be releasing a tiger back into the mountains?" Tadish plainly replied, "Who said I want to hand Guojing over to them in one piece? With a few tricks, he will be a cripple. When the time comes, what is there to be afraid of?" Fu Sanzhongyi sucked in a breath of cold air. "Marshal is brilliant." Beside her, Song Qingshu couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Throughout the entire conversation, he hadn't given any hints to Tadish through his secret voice transmission. Yet, she had cleverly filled in the gaps of the plot, making it perfectly reasonable to spare Guojing's life and dispelling the suspicions of the other soldiers. Recalling her splendid performance while she was pretending to be Tang Quobian, Song Qingshu secretly sighed with emotion. The cold and aloof Zishan Dragon Queen of yesteryear has now turned into a different kind of brilliance from her. Once they were done with their tasks, they returned to their respective tents. Tadish ordered her personal guards to stand guard outside and forbid anyone from approaching the marshal's tent. Inside the tent, she removed her mask and looked at Song Qingshu meaningfully. "Do you really want to save Guojing?" Song Qingshu sat on a stool and pulled her into his embrace. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have gone through so much trouble?" Tadish doubtfully asked, "But what benefits would saving Guojing bring to you?" Before Song Qingshu could answer, Tadish continued, "I really cannot think of what benefits saving Guojing would bring to you. After all, you cannot openly use Song Qingshu's identity to save him. If you do so, you will thoroughly offend the Jin Kingdom and easily incur their vengeance against the Golden Snake Battalion. If the imperial court becomes agitated, even if we are the actual rulers of the Jin Kingdom, we will still be coerced by the will of the people and have no choice but to attack the Golden Snake Battalion. Moreover, sooner or later, your identity in the Jin Kingdom will be made public. Sowing hatred now will be detrimental to the overall situation in the future. Song Qingshu bitterly smiled and said, "That's right. From the perspective of benefits, saving Guojing will only bring harm and no benefit." Tadish stretched out her slender finger and shook it in front of his face. "No, no, no. There is still a benefit. For example, winning Madame Guo's favor?" Song Qingshu replied angrily, "What are you thinking about?" Tadish answered, "Is there even a need to think about it? Huang Rong was once hailed as the #1 beauty of the martial world. Moreover, her unique identity and temperament have caused countless men to drool over her. Don't tell me you are not a man?" "Of course I am a man." Song Qingshu suddenly reacted. "You have led me into a ditch." Tadish revealed a ruminating smile. "I know your temperament the best. I do not believe that you will not be moved by a woman of the highest quality like Huang Rong. It is a pity that Guojing and Huang Rong are deeply in love and are a famous immortal couple in the martial world. Other men simply do not stand a chance. Originally, this was a very good opportunity to borrow the hands of the Jin Kingdom to eliminate Guojing. No one in the world would blame you for Guojing's death, including Huang Rong. This way, you can appear by that charming widow's side with a warm and caring attitude. You can take care of her and avenge her husband. With your abilities and the absence of Guojing as the biggest obstacle, I believe she will not be able to escape from your evil clutches." Evil clutches. Hearing this adjective, Song Qingshu could not help but pinch her. "What kind of words are those? Isn't that so?" Tadish chuckled. "Didn't she also fall into your evil clutches?" Without waiting for his response, she continued, "What I have just said is what I cannot understand. You obviously had a great chance of obtaining Huang Rong, yet you gave up and chose to save Guojing. After thinking about it, there is only one explanation." Song Qingshu's finger lightly grazed the smooth skin of her cheeks. He curiously asked, "What explanation?" "That you have already obtained Huang Rong," Tadish said as she carefully observed his expression. "This is the only explanation for your insistence on saving Guojing. You are afraid that Huang Rong will find out about this and turn against you." Song Qingshu's heart was in turmoil. His relationship with Huang Rong could be said to be one of his greatest secrets. He knew how great the impact of this matter would be. Therefore, he had never told anyone about it, not even the women closest to him. Yet, Tadish had actually managed to deduce it based on some clues. Chapter 1660. Conscience. Tadish giggled. "Why didn't you think of conscience when you bullied me?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. "Here we go again. We are lovers. Moreover, you are single. Why would I have any ill feelings towards you?" Tadish pursed her lips. Clearly, she did not wish to dwell on this topic. "Now that Guojing is in the Golden Man's hands, how do you intend to save him?" Song Qingshu pondered for a long time before replying in a deep voice. "Let's talk about it after his injuries have recovered a little." Just as he finished speaking, a commotion could be heard from outside. A guard ran in to report that he had an important matter to discuss. Tadish hurriedly put on her mask and cleared her throat. "What is it?" Reporting to the marshal, Guojing's medicine was found to be highly toxic. General Fu San is currently investigating the suspect. The guard outside replied. Song Qingshu and Tadish exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect that someone would poison Guojing in such a short period of time. Previously, they had merely instructed Tadish to send her personal guard to keep an eye on Guojing. Who would have thought that this inadvertent action would actually save Guojing's life? Let's go take a look. Song Qinshu could not understand why someone would plot against someone of Guojing's character. Only Ouyang Feng would have such a deep grudge against him. But if it was Ouyang Feng, how could a mere personal guard see through it? Hastily arriving at the drill grounds, Fu Sanzhongyi was currently facing the 20-odd men in front of him. Tell me one by one, what did you do earlier? Who can prove it? It would be best if you can find a suspect. If not, all of you shall die. This general does not wish for soldiers who disobey orders to exist by my side. Guojing, whom they had spent so much effort to capture, had almost been poisoned to death right under their noses. Servant Sanzhongyi was extremely shocked and immediately began to investigate. Very quickly, he narrowed down the scope of the investigation to the 20 or so people. They were all people who could have passed through Guojing's medicine. Hearing that he would kill all the suspects if he failed to find out who the culprit was, the 20-odd men trembled and cried out. General, we are being wrongly accused. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. It's me. Just as the group of people were panicking, a soldier suddenly stood up. What? Fu Sanzhongyi was stunned. He had never seen a murderer admit it so easily. I was the one who poisoned him, the soldier repeated, his expression agitated and his eyes filled with hatred. I used to be a guard in Shuzhou, and Guojing led his soldiers to plunder Shuzhou. My wife was raped by them. To one side, Song Qinshu secretly sighed. He believed that the incident in Shuzhou was not Guojing's mastermind. It was most likely that his subordinates had done it behind his back. Later on, when they discovered it, they released all the captured women. Even though he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could still roughly guess what had happened. But now, the remaining soldiers under Guojing's command had all committed suicide when they saw him fall. Those who had tried to break out of the encirclement had basically all been wiped out. At most, there would be 1 or 2 fish that had escaped the net. Now that they had lost their leader, all their anger could only be directed at Guojing. The more the soldier spoke, the more agitated he became. Before I did this, I had already thought it through. Even if I had to risk my life, I had to kill this dog Song. It's a pity that I didn't succeed. Fu Sanzhongyi clearly did not expect this. For a moment, he did not know what to say. If he blamed him, his actions were completely pardonable. If he did not settle the score, wouldn't that be encouraging everyone to attack Guojing? As a high-ranking officer, he naturally knew how useful Guojing was if he was alive. But he could not clearly explain this to the soldiers at the bottom, and if he did not explain it, it would easily hurt their morale. Just as he was in a dilemma, one of the soldiers watching outside shouted, "In these few days of chasing Guojing, how many of our brothers have died? In the end, we finally caught him. Not only did we not kill him, but we even provided him with good food and drinks, and gave him the best medicine to treat his wounds. What kind of logic is this?" That's right. Previously, when he charged into the camp, one of my brothers died in his hands. Did he die in vain? Kill Guojing and avenge our dead brothers. With this opening, the rage that had been bottled up in everyone's hearts was thoroughly ignited. One after another, the soldiers became agitated. Seeing the worst scenario unfold, Fu Sanzhongyi instantly broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if they did not handle this situation well, the entire camp would fall into chaos. He hastily tried to calm everyone down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Qinshu secretly transmitted his voice to Tajtish. With the current situation, we cannot allow Guojing to slowly recuperate. It is too dangerous to leave him here. When the time comes, we may not be able to protect him. Therefore, I will first rescue him. In the meantime, you will assume the identity of Tang Quobian and stand guard here. Hearing this, Tajtish's brows furrowed deeply. But with things having come to this point, she could not persuade him otherwise. She could only vaguely nod her head. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Fu Sanzhongyi, Song Qingshu quietly retreated into the shadows. Then, he stripped off Tang Quobian's personal guard uniform and changed into a set of clothes he had prepared beforehand. With his face covered, he took advantage of the chaos and snuck into Guojing's tent. Even though his current appearance had been altered, he had used this appearance when he was beside Tajtish previously. Naturally, he could not be seen by others. The tent was heavily guarded. But because of the camp explosion, many people were attracted to the tent to investigate the situation. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to slip out and subdue the guards outside before rushing into the tent. At this moment, there were only a few physicians in the tent. They were anxiously changing the bandages on Guojing's body. His injuries were too severe. There were many wounds on his body. Not long after they were bandaged, the bandages would be soaked with blood. Therefore, the physicians had to constantly change the bandages and bandage his wound. Only now did the bleeding stop. Seeing someone suddenly rush in, the physicians were startled. Song Qingshu could not be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He stretched out his hand and struck their acupoints with a flick of his finger. In order to avoid being suspected in the future, he deliberately did not use the solitary solar finger this time. Instead, he imitated the Eastern heretic Huang Yaosher's divine flicking finger. After all, the person who wanted to rescue Guojing from this place must be someone with extraordinary martial arts. In the entire world, the person who had the ability to rescue Guojing was his father-in-law, the Lord of Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaosher. After subduing the physicians, Song Qingshu quickly sealed some of Guojing's acupoints to prevent his wounds from reopening when he moved later. Then, he hastily put on Guojing's clothes and tied them to his back. At this moment, the people nearby reacted. Several soldiers rushed in from the entrance and happened to see him. They hastily warned, "Assassin!" With a wave of his hand, Song Qingshu tore open the tent behind him and rushed out from another direction. Then, he snatched a horse and galloped out of the camp. Behind him, a group of cavalrymen caught up to him. Chapter 1661. Although the horse that Song Qingshu had stolen could be considered divine, how could it outrun the pursuers behind it when it was carrying two people? Seeing that the pursuers were getting closer and closer, Song Qingshu rode the horse to a small hill nearby. In fact, the nearby hill could hardly be called a hill. It was only a few dozen meters high and was not steep. It was isolated from the surrounding hills and could be considered a dangerous place according to military theory. Of course, Song Qingshu did not care about this. The reason he went up the hill was because he wanted to use the cover of the forest. With his excellent lightness skill, it was much easier to escape with Guojing than riding a horse. However, there were very few people in the world who could use lightness skill to escape the pursuit of the cavalry under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was easy to associate it with him. Therefore, he deliberately hid in the forest, not because he had nowhere else to go, but because he wanted to abandon the horse and escape with Guojing on his back. Under the cover of the trees, no one could see how he escaped. Because of the bumpy journey, the seriously injured Guojing slowly regained consciousness. Hearing the noise of the Jin soldiers and looking around, he quickly realized that it was the person in front of him who had saved him. "May I know your name, my friend?" Guojing could not help but ask. He had never been the kind of person who would accept favors for free. Song Qingshu took off his mask and said with a smile, "Brother Guo, it's me." Recognizing him, Guojing was surprised and happy. "Brother Song, it's you?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Brother Guo, don't be too excited. You are seriously injured and it will easily affect your wounds." As he said this, he began to infuse internal energy into Guojing's body and began to heal him. After coming to this world, Song Qingshu could not help but feel that internal energy was a magical thing. Although he dared not say that it could cure all diseases, It was miraculously effective for internal and external injuries. It was comparable to the medical level of his previous life. It was a pity that he lacked the relevant scientific knowledge and did not know the nature of internal energy. However, he did not want to be a scientist and had no interest in researching related theories. He only needed to know how to use it. Guojing could feel the vigorous internal energy flowing into his body, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Song, you've saved my life many times, and Rong-er has also been saved many times by you. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in this lifetime." "Brother Guo, you're being too polite. Given our friendship, how could I not save him?" Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. If he were to find out the truth in the future, he wondered how he would react. "Brother Song, what do you think of Fu-er?" Guojing suddenly asked. Song Qingshu was startled and answered, "Your daughter is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. She can be said to be a proud daughter of heaven." It was not that he was lustful, but because Guofu had nothing good about her other than her beauty. He could not find any other compliments. Guofu looked very similar to Huang Rong when she was young, which showed how beautiful she was. It was a pity that she inherited her mother's looks, but not her intelligence. While his mind was wandering, Guojing happily said, "Rong-er wanted to betroth Fu-er to you. I was a little worried at first, but now that I see you like her so much, it's perfect." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, "I only admire her beauty, admire her young and tender body, and admire that she looks 70 to 80% similar to Huang Rong. As for other things, I don't admire them at all." Moreover, Huang Rong had vaguely mentioned this matter to him before, but that was before. After the ambiguous relationship between the two of them, she must be the first person to object to this marriage. "If I really marry Guofu, tsk, that would be the realization of many men's dreams." Song Qingshu couldn't help but fantasize, but he quickly recovered and hurriedly said to Guojing, "Brother Guo, in this situation, I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about this. You should rest well." Guojing sighed dejectedly, "My injuries are very serious, and I don't know if I can make it." "If I can't, Brother Song, you can go find Rong-er and tell her that I have betrothed Fu-er to you." Hearing this, Song Qingshu was speechless. He could already predict what would happen if he went to Huang Rong like this. Since that night, his relationship with her had gradually improved, and he didn't want it to be frozen because of this matter. Fish or bear paw, it was easy to make a choice. "Brother Guo, don't be so pessimistic. Although your injuries are serious, your body is strong, and you will definitely recover." "Brother Guo?" Song Qingshu suddenly found that Guojing had suddenly fainted after saying a few words. He checked Guojing's pulse and knew that it was because he was seriously injured and weak. If he hadn't infused his internal force, Guojing probably wouldn't have the energy to talk so much. Hearing the sound of Jin's soldiers searching the mountain not far away, Song Qingshu wasted no time. Carrying Guojing on his back, he used his lightness skill to the extreme and shuttled through the forest like a ghost. Because he was so fast, even if someone occasionally saw him, he would have already disappeared by the time they looked carefully, and they would only think that they were just seeing things. Song Qingshu didn't go south, but north with Guojing on his back. After all, people subconsciously thought that Guojing would definitely be unable to escape, so he went the opposite way. After traveling for dozens of miles, they finally stopped in a small town. First, Guojing's injuries couldn't bear the long journey, and second, there was a secret stronghold of the Golden Snake Battalion here. As a power that dominated a region, the intelligence network must be wide enough. In addition to the sphere of influence, it should also be involved in the sphere of influence of other great powers. Nowadays, the intelligence network of the Golden Snake Battalion naturally couldn't compare with that of the Southern Song Dynasty's Imperial City Department, the Jin Kingdom's Washing Clothes Yard, the Qing Kingdom's Stick Office, and the Western Xia Kingdom's Class Hall. They could only have a stronghold in the capital of each country, and the rest of the strongholds were mostly concentrated in some important cities around the Golden Snake Battalion. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a stronghold of the Golden Snake Battalion in this small town. The reason why there was one was because of the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. The Golden Snake Battalion specially set up a new stronghold here in order to obtain first-hand intelligence. It wouldn't be too far away, so far away from the frontline intelligence, nor would it be too close to the battle between the Song and the Jin Kingdom. Seeing their leader appear in person, several secret agents of the stronghold were very surprised. Song Qingshu didn't talk nonsense with them, and asked them to arrange a quiet room, and then went to the town pharmacy to buy some medicine. The reason why they didn't ask for a doctor was because Guojing was too famous, and they were worried that the doctor would expose his existence. Fortunately, injuries and poisons were common to Song Qingshu these years, and he had long been a good doctor. In addition, he had heard the treatment plan of the doctors in the military camp for Guojing, so he had a rough idea of what kind of medicine to use. For the next 2 days, Song Qingshu stayed with Guojing, continuously infusing internal energy into him to treat his injuries. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Although Guojing's life was temporarily saved, there was still a long way to go before he could be cured. This group of quacks! Song Qingshu secretly cursed, but he also knew that with Guojing's serious internal and external injuries, if it were anyone else, they would have died 100 times. Only Guojing could survive, and it was already very good that the doctors could prevent his injuries from worsening. Chapter 1662. At the same time, Song Qingshu had another matter to worry about. The Jin Kingdom was still at war with the Song Kingdom. Now that the Jin Kingdom had defeated the Song Kingdom's main force, how should they control the situation? Although he had left Tajkis behind, they were so far apart that she might not understand his thoughts. If the war between the Jin Kingdom and the Song Kingdom got out of hand, it would be over. Especially with Tajkis's identity. It was fine if she was in the capital, but now that she was in the army camp, it was difficult for a woman to move around freely. Furthermore, to rescue Guojing, who had gone through so much trouble to capture, under such circumstances, Fu Sanzhongyi's lungs would probably explode with rage. He would definitely send people to investigate this matter thoroughly. If no one stopped him, it wouldn't be long before the pursuers arrived at this town. All of this required Song Qingshu to return to the front lines. But now that Guojing was in danger, he could not leave. While Song Qingshu was worrying about this, in the largest inn in the town, a burly man hurried in and went to the best room upstairs. Reporting to the princess, "I have found the whereabouts of the people who bought the medicine." Soon, the door was opened from the inside and a tall woman walked out. Traces of age could be seen between her brows, but she had a heroic spirit and a unique temperament. "I told you not to call me princess in the Jin Kingdom." The woman glared at him and asked, "Where are they now?" This heroic woman was the Mongolian princess, Hua Zheng. Because of Guojing's incident, she had been depressed and refused to marry for the rest of her life. Genghis Khan could not stand it and sent her to travel around. Of course, now that the world was divided and in chaos, he was worried about his daughter's safety. He was even more worried that she would be captured by the enemy and used as a hostage. Thus, he sent a team of experts to protect her. Not long ago, she happened to be in the vicinity and happened to hear that Guojing had participated in the northern expedition. Remembering their old friendship, she sent her subordinates to keep an eye on him. Unexpectedly, she found out that he had been abandoned by his allies and had fallen into a desperate situation. In the end, he was captured by the Jin and his fate was unknown. Although their engagement had long been annulled, Hua Zheng could not let it go. When she heard that her lover was in a desperate situation, she could no longer contain her concern and hurried over. Just as he was planning how to save Guojing, He suddenly found out that Guojing had been rescued by a mysterious person, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. She was born in the royal family and often followed Genghis Khan on expeditions, so her vision was extraordinary. She quickly guessed that the mysterious man would most likely escape to the north with Guojing, so she sent people to the surrounding towns to investigate the various pharmacies to see if anyone had recently bought medicine to treat injuries. She wanted to use this opportunity to find Guojing's whereabouts. What a coincidence! They are in this town, in a house in the east of the city. I didn't want to alert them, so I didn't go in to investigate, the subordinate replied. Huajing nodded. You're right not to go in. You should know that the mysterious man was able to save Guojing from thousands of soldiers, so his martial arts must be top-notch. You will definitely be discovered if you go in. Pass down my order. Send people to keep an eye on the mansion, but don't go near it to avoid being discovered. Are we just going to watch? The subordinate asked, puzzled. Huajing said, We still don't know if the mysterious man is a friend or a foe. Let's wait and see. At the same time, she secretly thought that since the mysterious man had sent people to buy medicine to treat Guojing's injury, Guojing wouldn't be in danger in a short time. Back to the secret stronghold of the Golden Snake Camp in the east of the city. Song Qingshu looked at the spy in front of him. You said that someone is following you? Yes, when we were buying medicine, there were several unfamiliar faces nearby. Although we're not sure if they are following us, I feel that their behavior is suspicious, the spy replied. Song Qingshu nodded. Yes, it's better to be careful. Have you found any information about them? The spy shook his head. We carefully looked around, but we couldn't find any trace of them nearby. Maybe we're overthinking. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. We have to be on guard at this critical moment. You should send more guards. The spy said awkwardly. We don't have enough people here. If they suddenly attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to protect Hirogor. Song Qingshu frowned. I'll send more people here as soon as possible. In the meantime, you take good care of Hirogor. When his injury stabilizes, transfer him to the Golden Snake Camp. I need to leave for a while. He had just heard that the Jin Kingdom soldiers had appeared in the nearby town. He had to go back and interfere with their line of sight. Otherwise, they would soon find Guojing's whereabouts. After all, buying medicine was difficult to hide from people with discerning eyes. Okay, we'll be careful. The man saluted. Song Qingshu nodded and checked on Guojing's injuries once more. With such serious injuries, he could only recuperate properly and needed someone to take good care of him. Perhaps it would take a long time for him to fully recover. He had done what he could, and there was nothing he could do to help Guojing even if he stayed here. There was no time to lose. He put on the mask and decided to set off immediately to avoid any undue delays. Meanwhile, the sentries in the distance noticed that Song Qingshu went out and immediately informed Huajing. Huajing was overjoyed. Are you sure that the mysterious man has left? Yes, the brothers at the city gate saw the mysterious man leave with their own eyes. As the Mongolian princess, Huajing was now Meng Jin's mortal enemy. Now that they were deep in the Jin territory, the entourage naturally had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Therefore, they arranged for spies to be stationed at the city gate. Once they found any movement from the Jin, they could immediately inform Huajing to move. Okay, let's go now. Huajing was anxious when she thought that Guojing's condition was unknown. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped after rushing out of the city for a while. He had an uneasy feeling in his heart, and the words of the spy who found someone following them kept ringing in his mind. Damn, I won't repeat the mistake of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency, will I? Song Qingshu remembered that Yin Susu had also entrusted the Dragon Gate Escort Agency to bring the seriously injured Yu Daiyan back to Wudong Sect. Unfortunately, all the meridians in his body were crushed by the mighty King Kong finger, which led to the tragic ending of Zhang Chuishan's suicide after he found out the truth many years later. If anything happened to Guojing, Huang Rong would probably vent her anger on him and never forgive him for the rest of her life. It's better to be safe than sorry. When he went back, he couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling in his heart, so he decided to go back and have a look. When he returned to the secret stronghold, he found the spies of the Golden Snake camp lying on the ground. He was shocked and hurried over to check, only to find that they were not dead, but their acupoints had been sealed. Something really happened. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He unsealed their acupoints and asked hurriedly, "What happened?" "Not long after you left, a group of mysterious people broke in. They were all highly skilled in martial arts. We were no match for them. Hero Guo was taken away by them." The spy looked ashamed. After all, he was killed in his own stronghold and failed his lord's trust. It was really embarrassing. "Why weren't you injured?" Song Qingshu asked suspiciously. The spy was startled and answered subconsciously, "That group of people seemed to deliberately avoid hitting the vital parts. They didn't mean to hurt anyone. By the way, the leader of that group seemed to be a woman. She was a little tall and didn't look like a Han woman from the Central Plains. She behaved like people from the grassland." Chapter 1663. Song Qingshu did not search around like a headless fly. Instead, he first went to the highest point of the town and looked down at the entire town. Finally, his gaze locked onto a carriage in the north of the city. With a flash, he chased after it. In the woods on the northern outskirts of the city, a luxurious carriage slowly traveled on the road. A few guards rode on horses and protected the carriage in the center. Every one of them had their temples bulging, and their eyes were sharp. From time to time, a glint flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that they were all hidden experts. Suddenly, the driver's eyes changed. He pulled the reins and shouted, "Stop!" Because the carriage suddenly stopped, Huajing, who was gently wiping Guojing's face, stumbled and almost fell in the carriage. She was shocked and angry. "Mier, what the hell are you doing?" The person in the driver's seat was the Mier she mentioned. At this moment, his body was stiff and he did not dare to move an inch. He did not know when it started, but there was another person beside him. Seeing that Mier did not answer, Huajing opened the curtain angrily. Just as she was about to scold her subordinate, her acupoints were sealed in a flash. At this moment, the guards beside her finally reacted. They roared and pulled out their swords to help. However, the mysterious person raised his hand and sealed their acupoints without them knowing what happened. This mysterious person was, of course, Song Qingshu. He had chased after her all the way here. Although Huajing's guards were experts, she was just an idle princess. Her subordinates were not as powerful as Taoist Baisang, Xianming elders, or Kublai's Jinluan Fuang and Jingang faction master. It was because he recognized Huajing that Song Qingshu only sealed their acupoints and did not kill them. When he was with Xiao Long Nu and Icy Snow in the inn, he happened to see Huajing, who was by Zhao Min's side. Based on his relationship with Zhao Min, Huajing should be his distant relative, so he did not want to offend her. At this moment, Huajing and her companions were even more shocked than him. After all, they were carefully selected experts, but they were subdued in a single move. Although they had high expectations when they learned that he had rescued Guojing from thousands of enemies, they did not expect that they would not be high enough. Song Qingshu naturally had no time to understand their shock. He hurriedly checked Guojing's pulse and was relieved to find that he was safe. Huajing noticed his expression and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." She recalled that the mysterious man saved Guojing from the Jin army and showed a concerned expression just now. He should be a friend and not an enemy. "I know that other people in this world can harm him, but you won't." Song Qingshu sighed and casually unsealed her acupuncture point. Huajing looked confused. "Do you know me?" Princess Huajing of Mongolia. It's not hard to guess her identity. Song Qingshu did not hesitate and directly revealed her identity. Who the hell are you? Huajing looked shocked. She had been away from the center of power in Mongolia for years, so not many people could recognize her. You don't need to know who I am. This time, I will spare your lives since you didn't hurt him. After saying that, she was about to take Guojing away. Although the mysterious man was unfathomable, seeing Guojing's pale face, Hua Zheng did not know where the courage came from. She hurriedly said, "Senior, let me take care of him." She saw that the man's kung fu was so high and she could not tell his age, so she subconsciously regarded him as a senior. Senior? Song Qingshu touched the mask on his face. He knew that covering his face made her misunderstand, but he did not intend to explain. You take care of him? Hua Jing hurriedly nodded. Brother Guo is so seriously injured that he needs a brilliant doctor and many rare and precious herbs. He also needs someone to take care of him. I see that you are in a hurry, and I am afraid that it will not be convenient for you to take care of him. Can I take care of him? This. Song Qingshu suddenly hesitated. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he suddenly realized that there was no one more suitable than Hua Zheng. She had enough manpower, material resources, and financial resources to treat Guojing's injury. The key was her love for Guojing, and she would do her best to take care of him. She was completely different from those servants. Moreover, with her identity, she was able to escape from the search of the Jin kingdom. Seeing that he was silent, Hua Jing thought that he would not agree. She hurriedly said, "Since you know who I am, you must also know about the past between me and Brother Guo. I will never hurt him." Song Qingshu nodded. "I know you won't hurt him. But now, Mongolia and the Song Kingdom are enemies. I am worried that you will let him lose his freedom after you save him." Hua Zheng smiled bitterly. "I couldn't make him stay back then. Why would I force him to stay now? I can promise you that when Brother Guo recovers, I will not stop him from leaving or staying." Song Qingshu nodded. "That's fine. If I find out that you've done anything to harm him in the future, you've seen my martial arts. Even if you hide in the palace, I'll still take your life." "I dare not," Hua Jing hurriedly said. "Well, then take good care of him." With these words, Song Qingshu disappeared from the carriage. Before he left, he unsealed the acupoints of the others. As soon as the Mongolian masters were free, they hurriedly surrounded the carriage and asked nervously, "Princess, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let's keep going." Hua Zheng wiped the cold sweat off her face. Her face was pale because of fear and nervousness. Song Qingshu hid in the dark and only came down from a tree after the Mongols disappeared. He had no choice but to hand Guojing over to Huajing. First, he was too busy to take care of Guojing, and he would not feel at ease if he sent his spies to look after him. Second, Guojing needed to recuperate for a long time, and he needed a lot of precious herbs. Although the Golden Snake Camp was not short of money, they did not have enough resources, and many things needed to be found at the last minute. Compared to the Mongols who plundered other countries, the treasury was rich. In addition, the Mongols had gathered famous doctors from the Central Plains, the Western regions, West Asia, and Eastern Europe, so they should be more confident in treating Guojing. Of course, he could not deny that he had his own selfish motive. He wanted Huajing to bring Guojing back to Mo Bay. That way, they would be able to distance themselves from each other. If Huajing took good care of Guojing during this period of time, it would be even better if something happened between them. It's a pity that Huajing is too straightforward. If it was Zhao Min, she would have gotten Guojing's body and mind even if she drugged him. Thinking of Zhao Min's beautiful smile, Song Qingshu could not help but show a gentle smile. Chapter 1664. Seeing Song Qingshu's return, Tajtisha's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. After all, the difficulty of impersonating Tang Kwa had increased exponentially during this period of time. Living a life that was akin to walking on a tightrope every day had left her exhausted. Although she was unwilling to admit it, now that the other party had returned, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. Tish frowned and quickly dispelled the weakness in her heart. She said to Song Qingshu, "You've returned just in time. I'm about to head to the marshal's tent for a meeting. You should come along." Song Qingshu nodded. He was indeed curious about the current situation. "A few days ago, I heard that the Jin soldiers had discovered your whereabouts. I knew that you would return soon." "On the way," Tish said in a low voice. Song Qingshu asked, "How did Fu Sanzhongyi react?" Tish smiled. Of course he flew into a rage. Guo Jing, whom he had painstakingly captured with great difficulty, was rescued by someone else. It was as if a cooked duck had flown away. He vigorously investigated and, as you expected, pinned the suspect on the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi. Unfortunately, Huang Yaoshi's whereabouts are unknown. Where could he find him? Moreover, the war with the Southern Song dynasty has progressed to a new stage. The matter of Guo Jing's capture can only be left unsettled. Due to this, the soldiers have a lot of opinions about him and many are grumbling in private. Just wait and see. When he returns to the capital, his political enemies will definitely use this as an excuse to attack him. When that time comes, we can push the boat with the current and plant our own men in the army. At present, Fu Sanzhongyi could barely be considered to be on Tang Quobian's side. However, he was old and virtuous. His prestige in the army was too high. Moreover, he was loyal to the Jin. If he were to find out that Tang Quobian was a fake, he would definitely be the first to jump out and punish him. Therefore, it was necessary to take precautions in advance. Song Qingshu nodded. Indeed, we must prepare for a rainy day. However, this man is loyal. We must not harm his life. It would be best to bestow him with a false reputation and remove him from a position of real power. Tish rolled her eyes at him. Having watched from the sidelines for so many years, I'm already familiar with this method. You don't need to teach me. Back then, she was the most beautiful Lady Peach Blossom in the capital city. She was surrounded by princes and princes, and the people she interacted with were all high-ranking officials. In addition, during this period of time, she pretended to be Tang Quobian. Her political skills might even be better than Song Qingshu's. Song Qingshu giggled and said, Yes, it's my fault. I underestimated Madam." Tish spat and said, "Don't shout recklessly. It will be troublesome if someone hears you." Even though she was now in Tang Quobian's appearance, the flirtatious look in her eyes was still very charming. As the two chatted, they arrived at the commander's tent. The other generals were already waiting there. After greeting each other, they began to report the latest battle situation. Song Qingshu stood to one side and listened quietly. He learned that on the southern Song side, Jiankong Commander-in-Chief Li Shuang suffered a crushing defeat outside the walls of Shouzhou, and Huang Fubin was defeated in Tangzhou. Jiangzhou Commander-in-Chief Wang Dajie failed to capture Kaizhou, coupled with the defeat in Sichuan and the crushing defeat of the main force in Suzhou. The southern Song's northern expedition this time ended in complete failure. While the military meeting was going on, in the Jia's mansion of Lin and Liao Yingzhong reported to Jia Sherdao that Guo Jing's entire army had been annihilated, and that he himself had been captured. Later, he was rescued by a mysterious person. Although the Jin men deliberately concealed the news, they couldn't escape the investigation of the Isle of Heroes intelligence network, Liao Yingzhong said as he observed Jia Sherdao's expression. Rescued him in the midst of thousands of troops? Jia Sherdao couldn't help but exclaim. Liao Yingzhong hurriedly explained, it wasn't a direct rescue. At that time, there was an explosion in the military camp, and that person took advantage of the chaos to rescue Guo Jing. According to the news, it was Huang Yaoshi who rescued him. Huang Yaoshi? Jia Sherdao nodded and said, "That is indeed possible. The Jin men are really useless. How could they let Guo Jing escape from death?" Liao Yingzhong said with a smile, "My lord, you worry too much. According to reliable sources, Guo Jing is already seriously injured, and he could be taken away by the King of Hell at any time. Moreover, the Jin men have been chasing after him for the past few days. Huang Yaoshi has been carrying Guo Jing on a bumpy journey, and I'm afraid he's already dead." Jia Sherdao snorted and said, "Huang Yaoshi is very knowledgeable, and he's also good at the art of Qi Huang. I'm sure he can save Guo Jing." Liao Yingzhong shook his head and said, "Medicine can only cure illnesses, not lives. If Huang Yaoshi was really that good, he would have saved his wife back then." Seeing Jia Sherdao's disapproving expression, Liao Yingzhong hurriedly added, "If my lord is still worried, we can use a little trick to kill Guo Jing." Jia Sherdao was finally interested. Liao Yingzhong covered his mouth with his fan and whispered, "My lord, you can submit a memorial to the imperial court and ask them to commend Guo Jing for his loyalty. Tell them about how brave he was after he was captured and how he died as a martyr. Make sure everyone knows about it." Jia Sherdao's expression changed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "You're imitating Li Ling." Liao Yingzhong smiled and said, "Also, Hong Qingqiu of the former Ming dynasty died because the imperial court thought he was unyielding. Later, when the news came that he surrendered to the alien tribe, everyone in the imperial court would feel angry that they were fooled. The more brave he was in the early stage, the more they would hate him afterward. When the time comes, we will secretly leak some information and let everyone think that Guo Jing survived because he surrendered to the Jin. In his rage, the emperor will definitely execute Guo Jing's entire family. At that time, even if Guo Jing is still alive, with his family killed, he will definitely choose to surrender to the Jin for revenge. At that time, his crime will be confirmed." Jia Sherdao laughed and said, "Back in the days of the Three Kingdoms, Jia Su was known as the Poison Warrior. I think Yingzhong is no worse than Jia Wenhe." Liao Yingzhong picked up his fan and bowed. "My lord, you flatter me." Jia Sherdao stood by the window and looked at the misty and hazy city of Lin. He said meaningfully, "This time, not only do we have to kill the traitor Guo, but we also have to kill the real master." Liao Yingzhong came to his side and asked tentatively, "My lord, are you talking about Han Zhozhou?" This time, the northern expedition led by Han Jiefu has failed, which is enough reason to cut off his wings in the court. Jia Sherdao had a ferocious smile on his face. "And it seems that the Jin kingdom will probably take advantage of the victory to invade the south. That will be the death of Han Jiefu." In the camp of the Jin kingdom thousands of miles away, there was a heated debate about whether or not to invade the south. The experienced and prudent people wanted to take the opportunity to stop the war and extort money from the southern Song. But this time, the Song army was so weak that most of the generals of the Jin kingdom became more confident. They planned to conquer the great land of the south in one go. Therefore, the voice of the pro-Jin side had the absolute upper hand. Even though Song Qinshu was now the most powerful man in the Jin kingdom, he couldn't go against the majority. The only thing he could do was stop them from invading the south. He didn't want the people to suffer from the war, nor did he want the Jin kingdom and the Song kingdom to have a decisive battle here, which would give the Mongols an advantage for no reason. He was from a later generation, so he knew how powerful the Mongols were at this time. When they finished their business in the western region and returned to the Central Plains, it would be the beginning of the suffering for the countries in the Central Plains. Over the past few days I've been sending red envelopes on the official account, and I've really experienced the speed of the readers who have been single for 30 years. It's really fast. But fortunately there's a big sponsor like the Union Pay. Those who haven't received red envelopes can go to the monk's official account and ask for money from the Union Pay. Chapter 1665. But now the Jin leaders were in high spirits, so Song Qingshu had to wait until the Jin suffered a setback and then propose peace talk. He believed in the strength of the southern Song dynasty. The southern Song dynasty was not good at attacking, but it was good at defending. It took the Mongols decades to conquer the southern Song dynasty. It was impossible for the Jin to destroy the southern Song dynasty. Of course, he could enforce military discipline on the way to the south and forbid looting of women and children, but he also objected to it. After all, the Jin soldiers fought for the spoils of war. If it was forbidden, it would hurt morale and cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers. Song Qingshu explained that the purpose of attacking the southern Song dynasty was to destroy the country. If they killed and looted along the way, it would arouse the hatred of the people in the south, which would be a problem for the southern expedition. As for the morale, the southern Song dynasty had a large treasury, which was enough to reward the soldiers. In addition, the imperial court would open the treasury to reward the soldiers. Hearing this, the servant felt that he was being too soft-hearted, but he didn't say anything. After all, he was not only the most powerful man in the military, but also the most powerful man in the government. Since he had spoken, the imperial court would reward him. In the next few days, news came from the south. Han Xingzhou dismissed Su Shidan and Deng Yulong because of the failure of the army. He appointed Qiu Pai as the governor of the two Huai provinces and Yi Shizhi as the governor of Jiankong Prefecture and the governor of the Yangtze River. After Qiu Pai was appointed, he gave up Sizhou and retreated to Shui, saying that he could save the troops in Huaidong. The Song army retreated, and the Jin army advanced in 9 directions. The situation changed from the northern expedition of the Song army to the southern expedition of the Jin army. Tashkis sneered when she heard this news. Han Xingzhou is crazy. Qiu Pai was the one who strongly opposed his northern expedition. Now he has been replaced. Isn't he destroying his own reputation? Because her husband, Han Qianye, died indirectly because of Han Xingzhou's northern expedition, she didn't like him. Song Qingshu explained, "Do you think Han Xingzhou wants to replace him? Someone must be responsible for the failure of the northern expedition. How could Jia Sherdao and Shirmyuan let go of such a good opportunity?" Han Xingzhou could only sacrifice the rook to save the king. He used Su Shirdan and Deng Yulong as scapegoats. Of course, he wanted to replace his trusted subordinates, but what about the others? The appointment of Qiu Ming and the others is most likely the result of the Lin and court's game. Tajtish frowned and said, Chen Shaoqing, who abandoned Guojing's troops and deserted in the face of battle, only received a superficial demotion. Wang Ziding, who gave the order, received nothing at all. Qian Yi must have been blind to have worked for such an imperial court. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Although Chen Shaoqing has been demoted, he has completed the task assigned to him by his superiors. It won't be long before he rises up the ranks like a rocket. Wang Ziding is the clan leader of the Lin Chuan Wang family. Now that someone is in charge of this matter, why would they investigate him? This is politics. Tajkis snorted. I can't be bothered with the internal strife of the Southern Song's officialdom. I'm only concerned about how to clean up the mess. Were they just going to let the Jin and Song kingdoms continue fighting like this? You should know that I'm still waiting to deal with Mongolia. I don't want to waste the Jin kingdom's strength in the south. She had been Tangquobian for a long time and had a lot of intelligence. Naturally, she knew that the southern Song dynasty was still powerful. How could the Jin kingdom take it all at once? If the war really broke out, it would take at least 10 years. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Don't worry. It won't be long before there's an opportunity to stop the war and negotiate. Looking at the mountains and rivers in the south, Song Qingshu's eyes were deep and profound. Wanyan Gang led his army and captured Guanghua, Zhaoyang, and Jiangling. Then he broke through Xinyang, Xiangyang, and Suizhou. Finally he besieged An. Fu San Fein led his army to cross the Huai River. The Song army was defeated and the Jin army surrounded Hezhou. Hashur and Lai Ziran captured Chuzhou and Jinzhou. Huaishi County was occupied by the Jin army. However, the southern Song dynasty finally reacted and began to gather troops from all over the country. The Jin army's offensive was finally stopped and the two sides began to fight at Dan. Song Qingshu sighed for a long time when he heard that Xiangyang had been conquered. When Guojing was guarding this place, the Mongolians had failed to conquer it for a long time. Now it had fallen. On the one hand, the Song army was defeated, and on the other hand, the soldiers and civilians of Xiangyang had probably lost their morale when they heard about Guojing's death. As for the news of Guojing's death, Song Qingshu knew what was going on. He was afraid that someone in the southern Song dynasty didn't want him to come back alive. Han Xingzhou couldn't even protect himself now, so it was obviously impossible. So, it was most likely Jia Sherdao and Shimiuan. Shouldn't Guojing be on Jia Sherdao's side? Song Qingshu couldn't figure it out. However, he was more concerned about how sad Huang Rong would be when she heard the news. It was a pity that he couldn't explain it to her. I can only hope that Peach Blossom Island is isolated from the world, and Huang Yaoshi won't tell his daughter about it. Song Qingshu could only think that way. In the past few days, the southern Song dynasty was also in turmoil. Han Xingzhou took the opportunity to impeach Jia Sherdao's officials and put his own people back in power. He tried to send people to negotiate. Soon, Qiu Ming was dismissed and Zhang Yan was appointed to supervise the Jianghuai army. Han Xingzhou donated 200,000 yuan of his own money to subsidize the army. He also sent Fang Xinru to Kaifeng to negotiate with the Jin. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh with relief when he heard the news. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After all, the Jin kingdom was the victor of the war. It was impossible for the southern Song dynasty to propose peace. If the southern Song dynasty proposed peace, it would mean that they would be taken advantage of. As long as the southern Song dynasty was ruthless enough, they would most likely be satisfied. Given the southern Song dynasty's character, it was exactly what they wanted to buy peace with money. They lacked everything but money. In fact, the generals in the army had been discussing this topic for a long time. Although they had been unstoppable for a while, they were now in a predicament of being alone. The recent attacks had been thwarted, and the increasing number of soldiers of the southern Song dynasty had calmed down the generals who had been blinded by victory. Song Qingshu hinted from time to time, and they realized that they had already gotten enough spoils of war. Why should they continue to fight at the risk of death? Therefore, the peace talks became a matter of course. What was left was how to get the most benefits. One day, while Song Qingshu was chatting with Tajkis in the tent, a soldier suddenly came to report that a fairy-like girl outside the camp wanted to see him. A fairy-like girl? Hearing the soldier's description, Song Qingshu was confused for a moment. Who would want to see him at this time? The key was that he was Tang Quobian, and the girl had asked to see Tang Quobian. Is it one of Tang Quobian's former girlfriends? Song Qingshu shook his head to dispel the idea. If that was the case, Tang Quobian's luck with women was too exaggerated. Chapter 1666. Is that so? Tadish, who was eavesdropping by the side, immediately became interested. Let's go out and welcome her. Song Qingshu's face darkened as he thought, why are you getting involved? He hastily said, my current status is different. If we go out to welcome her, it's better if we secretly invite her in. Yes. As the bodyguard left, he was still thinking to himself, with such a charming appearance, it's no wonder the marshal would favor her. It's a pity that my parents didn't give me a good appearance, otherwise I would be able to look for the marshal. The image of Tang Quobian's bearded face surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. This taste is too heavy, it's best not to think about it in that direction. Hastily recalling Tadish's appearance, the bodyguard finally felt a little better. However, when he realized that the other party was also a handsome bodyguard, he felt even more disgusted. Tsk, is this a show of jealousy? Tadish was currently disguised as a man and presented herself as Tang Quobian's bodyguard. This person could only be considered a peripheral bodyguard and not one of the core bodyguards trained by Tadish in the past. Thus, there was a slight misunderstanding. What jealousy? A gentle voice sounded. The bodyguard raised his head and saw a lady like a white jade immortal, bright and beautiful beyond compare. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the camp's entrance. No, nothing, the marshal has invited the lady in. The bodyguard felt his heart racing when she glanced at him. His words became flustered and his face faintly paled, adding a touch of pitifulness to it. Along the way, he didn't dare to speak to her and could only silently lead the way. After she entered the marshal's tent, the bodyguard stared blankly at her disappearing figure. After a long while, he shook his head. A fairy-like lady like her was destined to have no interaction with a small fry like him. He could only look up to her like a speck of dust and shouldn't think too much about it. Very quickly, he composed himself and returned to his sentry post. While Song Qingshu and Tajtish were guessing the identity of the young lady mentioned by the personal guard, the tent flap was suddenly pulled open. A sweet and graceful figure walked in. As soon as she entered, the entire commander's tent seemed to brighten up. When Song Qingshu saw her appearance, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Yingying, why are you here?" As he spoke, he went over to hug her. If this person wasn't Ren Yingying, who he hadn't seen for a long time, who else could it be? Unexpectedly, when she saw him open his arms to hug her, Ren Yingying subconsciously took a few steps back and said with some caution, You are Qingshu?" Although she knew that Song Qingshu had pretended to be Tang Quobian, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Yes. Song Qingshu deliberately used his original voice. "Who else could it be if not me?" Ren Yingying's face softened, but she still didn't let him hug her. I always feel weird when you look like this." "Then I'll take off my mask and hug you." As he spoke, Song Qingshu attempted to remove his mask. Ever since Ren Yingying exhausted her lifespan by executing the art of blood ignition, he had always felt a sense of tenderness towards her. He didn't wish for her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Cough cough. At this moment, Tadish couldn't bear to watch any longer and reminded him. "We are still in the barracks and a general could enter at any time. What if you remove your mask and expose yourself?" Song Qingshu momentarily hesitated. He knew that Tadish's words made sense. At this moment, Ren Yingying also spoke up. "Qingshu, don't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. There's no need to be so anxious." She was different from others, possessing a graceful temperament. Her current weak voice made it even more difficult for one to refuse. "All right then, we'll slowly chat at night." Song Qingshu nodded his head. Suddenly, he noticed Ren Yingying's pale cheeks blushing. Tadish also revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. After a moment of shock, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His original intention was to say that there wouldn't be any official worries at night and it would be more private and safe. However, from their expressions, it was clear that they had misunderstood. Ren Yingying had always been a tsundere. Even if she was willing, she couldn't bring herself to admit it. Moreover, there was currently an outsider in the tent. This young lady is? She had long noticed Tadish. Unlike the soldier from before, her vast experience allowed her to easily deduce that Tadish was a woman dressed as a man. Even though Tadish was currently dressed as a man, Ren Yingying was still stunned by her beauty. Even though she was already mentally prepared, personally witnessing such a beauty by Song Qingshu's side still made her feel a little sour. "He's good in other aspects, just that he's a little too fickle, young lady?" Hearing how Ren Yingying addressed her, Tadish's frosty face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. After all, There wasn't a woman who didn't wish to remain young forever. Even though she was still a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and states, she gradually felt the mercilessness of time. Now that she was recognized as a young lady by a beauty of the same level, she naturally beamed with joy. Tajkis is my partner in the Jin Kingdom. When I was not around, she disguised herself as Tang Quobian and oversaw the Jin Kingdom. Song Qingshu gave a brief introduction. By the way, you should have heard of her other identity. She is the former leader of the Ming cult's 4 great guardian kings, Zishan Dragon Queen. The number 1 beauty of the pugilistic world, Purple Dragon Queen. Although Purple Dragon Queen's appearance was stunning, she soon vanished from the pugilistic world due to Han Qianye's betrayal of the Ming dynasty. The title of the number 1 beauty of the pugilistic world soon fell onto Huang Rong. Compared to her, Huang Rong's exposure in the pugilistic world was sufficiently long that most of the pugilistic world's people had forgotten about her beauty. However, Ren Yingying, as the saintess of the Sun-Moon God sect, was constantly paying attention to the movements of the upper echelons of the Ming dynasty, which was on par with the Sun-Moon God sect. Naturally, she knew about this past. According to the rumors in the pugilistic world, isn't she already married? Even though she had some doubts in her heart, Ren Yingying was a rather wise and mature person. She wouldn't rashly say it before she was clear of the situation and embarrass everyone. It's all in the past. How could she be as beautiful as you, little sister? If the other party had directly praised her beauty, Tadish wouldn't have any reaction at all. On the contrary, this kind of unintentional praise was extremely pleasing to her. She couldn't help but have a much better impression of the other party. Her tone was also no longer as cold and distant as it usually was. The two of you should stop flattering each other. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Yingying, did something happen for you to suddenly come here to look for me? Upon hearing his question, Ren Yingying's eyes that were originally filled with joy upon seeing him immediately dimmed. Qingshu, you should have heard about the unforeseen event in Sichuan, right? Song Qingshu immediately reacted. You're worried about Ling Huchong? Ren Yingying nodded slightly. She didn't try to conceal it as she said in a clear and bright manner, I know Ling Huchong's character. He would never commit such a despicable act of betraying his country for glory. Song Qingshu sighed. Have you ever thought that he might have accidentally fallen into a demonic barrier because he lost you? Has he begun to pursue power and strength by hook or by crook in order to snatch you back? Chapter 1667. Go to Sichuan? Song Qingshu was startled. Recently, he had received various intelligence reports that Wu Shi was about to publicly proclaim himself king in Sichuan and rebel against the southern Song dynasty was a foregone conclusion. He was also thinking of going there to see if he could fish in troubled waters. However, due to the recent war between the Jin dynasty and the Song dynasty, he had yet to make a move. Of course, he was clear-headed enough to know that Sichuan was too far away from the Golden Snake Battalion's territory. Even if he spent a great deal of effort to obtain Sichuan, he would not be able to defend it. Seeing him pondering, Ren Yingying thought that he was in a difficult position. She hastily said, Qingshu, I am already your wife. At this point, a trace of shyness flashed across her face. Of course I have to ask for your opinion on this matter. If you are unwilling, I won't go. Watching her bashful and perturbed demeanor, Tadish couldn't help but feel a little weird. She was Song Qingshu's official wife, yet she couldn't see the light of day for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, her heart skipped a beat. Why would I have such thoughts? Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? How could it be? I am only mutually beneficial with him, borrowing his strength to deal with the Mongols. My daughter is already in her teens. How could she fall in love with such a young man? But then again, he is really not young. Not knowing what scene she was imagining, Tajkis's heart swayed. The flirtatious expression on her face was enough to put the moon and flowers to shame. Song Qingshu was keenly aware of Ren Yingying's nervousness, so he smiled and said, "You're overthinking it, Yingying. I already have plans to go to Sichuan, but I just haven't decided when to leave yet." Seeing her lover so open-minded, Ren Yingying felt as if her heart was smeared with a layer of honey. However, she quickly felt guilty. "Qingshu, I know it is not right of me to act like this. But after all, Ling Huchong and I are friends. I don't want to see him in trouble without doing anything." Song Qingshu walked over and pulled her hand. He smiled and comforted her. "Yingying, you don't need to be so nervous. I am different from other men in this world. How could I be unhappy over such a small matter? In my opinion, if you remain indifferent to Ling Huchong's misfortune, I will treat you coldly." Coming from the modern world, he was indeed far more open-minded than the men of this world in this regard. Moreover, he knew that Ren Yingying was kind-hearted and couldn't completely ignore Ling Huchong's suffering. Ren Yingying was very touched by his words. Song Qingshu. Even though she was the holy nun of the Sun-Moon sect, she was still a woman. She would still be burdened by the ethics of this world. How could she not be moved when she met an open-minded lover like Song Qingshu? When Tajtish heard her calling him Song Lang, her teeth nearly fell off. She couldn't help but ask, "If you go to Sichuan now, what about here?" Song Qingshu replied, "Now that the Jin Kingdom's attack has come to a standstill, the southern Song dynasty has started the process of peace talks, and the Jin soldiers are also thinking of going home. What's left is the peace talks, which you are good at. Next, you will be here as Tang Quobian to handle the peace talk." Even though she was already aware of this, for some unknown reason, Tadish still felt a surge of irritation in her heart. "Do as you wish. But don't forget what you promised me." Having said that, she walked out with a frosty countenance. Looking at Tajtish's back as she left, Ren Yingying looked embarrassed. She moved closer to Song Qingshu and whispered, "Did I say something wrong?" Song Qingshu comforted her. "Women are bound to be in a bad mood for a few days. Let's be alone together." With that said, he pulled her into his arms and sat on a chair. Ren Yingying blushed and hurriedly said, "Don't, I feel weird seeing you like this." Song Qingshu laughed and tore off the mask on his face, revealing his original appearance. He said to the guards outside, "Pass down my order. From now on, I won't be seeing any guests. Even if it's an extremely important matter, let them wait." Hearing his words, Ren Yingying's face became even more tender and beautiful. This is not good. What if you delay an urgent military matter?" Song Qingshu's fingers slid across her delicate face, revealing a trace of an inexplicable smile. "Right now, you are the most urgent military matter." Feeling the man's aggressive aura, Ren Yingying was startled. You want to do it here?" Although she came from the devil cult, to a certain extent she was more of a lady from a noble family than most of the ladies from noble families. However, it was this shyness that made Song Qingshu even more interested. "Why not?" Song Qingshu laughed heartily and lowered his head to kiss her tender red lips. Ren Yingying originally had a belly full of objections, but how could she resist his experienced methods? Very quickly, her whole body turned limp, and in a daze, he took advantage of her body. After a long time, Song Qingshu withdrew from her body with satisfaction. Looking at her sweaty face, he suddenly had an idea. "Your skin is rosy now, completely different from your usual pale face. Could it be that my blissful Diana has a nourishing effect on you? It seems that we have to be more intimate in the future." Tears flowed in Ren Yingying's eyes. At this time, she had no strength at all. She could only charmingly and weakly roll her eyes at him. If this kind of thing can make up for lifespan, then the burning blood technique will not become a taboo method of the divine cult. Song Qingshu gently tidied up her messy clothes and said complacently, "How can ordinary men compare to the essence of a great master like me? Of course, it's useless." Hearing that his words were getting more and more out of hand, Ren Yingying shyly spat and hurriedly pressed his lip. Stop talking. Song Qingshu knew her character. On one hand, she was graceful and magnanimous, but on the other hand, she was incomparably shy. Therefore, he did not continue to provoke her. But in his heart, he secretly thought, those words just now weren't just empty words. It seems to have some effect. In the future, I should nourish her more. Now that my cultivation base is close to the legendary Earth Immortal realm, the essence of my spirit, Qi and spirit might really be able to make up for her lost lifespan. The duo spent the entire afternoon in the commander's tent as if they were glued to each other. However, an awkward situation occurred during the night. Due to Song Qingshu's and Tatish's identities, they couldn't be seen in public. Therefore, they couldn't sleep together with others. However, there wasn't any reason for a personal guard to have a separate tent in this military camp. Therefore, the duo usually slept in the same tent. But with Ren Yingying's arrival, Tajkis immediately fell into a predicament. Earlier, out of sight, out of mind, she went out for a stroll. But as the sky gradually turned dark, she had no choice but to return. Due to her special identity, the guards outside the door did not stop her. When she entered, although she saw the two dressed neatly and chatting, she smelled the ambiguous atmosphere in the air and noticed Ren Yingying's flushed skin. As someone who had been through it, how could she not know what was going on? I don't have anywhere to go, Tajkis said awkwardly. You two can continue, just pretend that I don't exist. Ren Yingying felt even more awkward. Because no matter how she looked at it, this was obviously Tajkis's territory. She could not help but suspect that she was occupying the magpie's nest. I'll go out. Song Qingshu pulled her back and laughed. How can I let these two beauties suffer? You two can sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Chapter 1668. Ren Yingying had always held a noble status and wasn't used to sleeping with others. However, upon seeing Tajtish's beauty, she couldn't treat her as a commoner. Moreover, she didn't wish to put her lover in a difficult position. Thus, she tacitly agreed. Seeing that even his righteous wife didn't say anything, Tatish felt a bellyful of gloominess but couldn't say anything. She and Song Qingshu were more like master and servant than partners. Recalling that she was under his control, she opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. Instead, she tacitly agreed to it. Due to the aftereffects of using the art of blood ignition, Ren Yingying's body was much weaker than before. She was already exhausted from the long journey to find her lover. Moreover, after being tormented by him for an entire afternoon, she quickly felt drowsy and unknowingly fell asleep. Tajtish was at a loss as to what to do and was startled to see Ren Yingying falling asleep so quickly. After quietly observing for a moment, she knew that Ren Yingying wasn't faking it. She couldn't help but whisper to Song Qingshu, who was sleeping on the floor nearby, "Your lovely wife's body seems to be a little weak." Song Qingshu cast a pitying glance at Ren Yingying and sighed sorrowfully. This is the aftereffect of using the art of blood ignition. Art of blood ignition? Tajtish was startled. Just like how Ren Yingying knew about the Ming dynasty, as a high-ranking member of the Ming dynasty, she was naturally privy to certain secrets of the Sun-Moon sect. The art of blood ignition was like a thunderclap reverberating in her ears. She was well aware of its might and was even more aware of its grave consequences. Song Qingshu let out a bitter laugh and roughly explained Ren Yingying's situation. Tajtish was both shocked and in awe. As a fellow woman, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for Ren Yingying. Originally, I was rather dissatisfied with your behavior of forgetting friends for love. However, in consideration of young Miss Ren, I won't bicker with you. Tajtish lightly snorted in order to conceal the sadness of their impending separation. Forgetting friends for love? Song Qingshu had an odd expression on his face. Who's a pervert and who's a friend? Big Miss Ren is young and beautiful, of course she is a pervert, Tajtish snapped. Don't tell me you don't consider me as a friend? Song Qingshu shook her head. Seeing that the other party was frowning, she continued, the Dragon King was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world back then. Even after so many years, your looks are still on par with Yingying's. In terms of beauty, Yingying is inferior to you. Not to mention Ren Yingying, even if he counted all the other women he knew, there were probably no more than 3 who could compete with Purple Shan Dragon King at her peak in terms of appearance. Even so, it did not affect Ren Yingying's position in his heart in the slightest. It should be known that a woman's charm did not only consist of her beauty, but also her feelings. Although Zishan Dragon Queen had reached the pinnacle of beauty, she was still slightly weaker in other aspects. Hearing him personally say that Ren Yingying's appearance was inferior to hers, Tajtish's heart could not help but jump with joy. Although she was tired of hearing flattering words praising her beauty when she was young, she still had to see who was praising her. Putting on so many high hats for me, isn't it because you want me to diligently work for you? Tajtish deliberately put on a straight face, but she could not help but reveal a smile on her face. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed, revealing an indescribable expression. We're about to separate, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Should we get intimate? A blush spread from her snow-white face to her neck. Tajtish spat, you're indeed a pervert. You've just fooled around with Big Miss Ren for so long, yet you still have such thoughts. Sensing that her tone was somewhat uncertain, Song Qingshu quickly got up from the mattress and winked at her. It's not like you don't know about my body. Yingying's body is weak now, how can I bear to keep tormenting her? You can't bear to torment your own wife, but when it comes to someone else's wife, you don't feel the heartache? For some unknown reason, Tajtish felt a wave of irritation in her heart. Her originally slightly amorous expression instantly turned frosty. Don't bother me, or I'll wake up Big Miss Ren. Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect her to change her attitude so abruptly. However, having known her for so long, it was easy for him to deduce from her expression that there was no chance tonight. He could only return to his bed gloomily, thinking that women were truly the most fickle creatures in the world. Just like that, an awkward night passed. At dawn the next day, Song Qingshu brought Ren Yingying and quietly left the military camp. Firstly, she was worried about Ling Huchang's safety. Secondly, Ren Yingying was a famous character in the pugilistic world. If she were to stay in the military camp for too long and her identity was recognized, who knew if someone would link it to her? Tajtish watched as their silhouettes gradually disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, she felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Did I go too far last night? However, she suddenly came to her senses and couldn't help but spit out. That scoundrel was obviously the one who went too far. He had just finished making out with another woman and his entire body was reeking of another woman's fragrance. He didn't even wash up and wanted to touch me. I, Zishan Dragon Queen, am not his plaything. In truth, Tajtish didn't realize that the previously cold and frosty woman who instilled fear in the pugilistic world would one day become as conflicted as a little girl. Meanwhile, after Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying left the military camp, Ren Yingying said apologetically, "It's all my fault for delaying your business." Song Qingshu smiled as he held her soft hand. Yingying, how many times have I explained to you? Even though Sichuan is currently in turmoil, it represents a huge opportunity. I've already planned to make a trip there. Song Qingshu, I know how good you are to me. Having her hand held by him, Ren Yingying's face blushed slightly. Her reserved nature made her want to retract her hand subconsciously. However, thinking that there were no outsiders here, she lowered her head and allowed him to do as he pleased. Looking at her cute and helpless appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but recall the scene of her shouting and wanting to kill him back then. He couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. What are you smiling at? Noticing the mischievous smile on his lips, Ren Yingying asked doubtfully. Song Qinshu couldn't help but tell her what was on his mind, provoking a punch from Ren Yingying. You still have the nerve to say that? The moment we met, you crawled into my bathtub. You don't know how many times I secretly cried at night because of this matter. I was too abrupt back then. Song Qinshu dodged as he begged for mercy. However, in his heart, he secretly thought that if he had such a chance again, he would most likely make the same choice. After all, at that time, her relationship with Ling Huchong had already reached a certain level. If he didn't find another way, he would probably never be able to cause a ripple in her heart for the rest of her life. Ren Yingying thought of all the past events and sighed endlessly. Every time they met, she was bullied to death by him. At that time, she hated him very, very much, but things were unpredictable. She didn't expect that she would actually become his wife. Now that she looked back at the past, she felt a different kind of sweetness. Like this, the two of them reminisced about the process of how they got to know each other through fighting as they rushed south. Originally, Ren Yingying had planned to ride a horse, but Song Qinshu was worried that her body was weak and couldn't withstand the jolting of a horse. Thus, he decided to take a boat upstream from the Three Gorges and White Emperor City to Sichuan. Ren Yingying couldn't dissuade him, so she could only let him be. However, when the two of them arrived at the shore of the Yangtze River, they suddenly discovered a big problem. An announcement at the dock informed them that with the two countries at war, the Yangtze River had entered the highest state of alert. Ordinary passenger and merchant ships were not allowed to pass through. Merchant ships are not allowed to pass. What's up with that boat? Ren Yingying asked, pointing at a huge merchant ship that was slowly approaching from the distance. Chapter 1669. Song Qinshu couldn't help but blame himself when he heard the boatman say that ordinary passenger ships and merchant ships were not allowed to travel together. He was mainly focused on persuading Ren Yingying to change from land to water. The main reason was that he was worried that she would be too weak to withstand the journey. At the same time, he had another selfish reason. He didn't want her white and tender legs to be worn out by horses, so he neglected the factor of war. Thinking that he not only didn't save time but also took her on a long detour, he couldn't help but blame himself. Until he heard Ren Yingying's question, he subconsciously looked in the direction of her finger and saw a huge ship coming from afar. The surrounding ships were like small sampans compared to it. More importantly, the South Song Navy didn't stop such an obvious target. Instead, they let it go. Song Qinshu's eyesight was so good that he could even see a South Song Navy general at the bow of the ship smiling obsequiously to a man who looked like a steward, but the steward just responded indifferently, with a very cold attitude. I wonder which noble's merchant ship belongs to? Song Qinshu was a little confused, but it wasn't strange. After all, which of the ancient officials wasn't a big landlord? They all talked about etiquette and morality like saints and gentlemen, but they didn't allow the imperial court to do business on the sea. They said that they were fighting for the interests of the people. In the end, what interests did the people have? Wasn't it just the interests of their families? They were afraid that the imperial court would come forward and take away their business. The boatman saw Ren Yingying leaning in the arms of the man next to her, looking delicate and timid. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly knitted, as if she was deeply worried, but it still didn't damage her beautiful face. There was also a faint noble and inviolable temperament. He couldn't help but envy and jealousy, and deliberately showed off. Everyone who lives on the water knows them. Seeing his expression, how could Song Qinshu not know what he was thinking? He couldn't help but laugh and said indifferently, "Please enlighten me." The boatman secretly glanced at Ren Yingying. Seeing that she was also attracted, he couldn't help but feel more proud. "Since you are so sincere, I will also give you some advice. This ship is the Mirror Lake of the Ruan family. The Ruan family is the first royal merchant in the world. Isn't the number one royal merchant in the world the Shui family? How did it become the Ruan family? Song Qingshu looked at the ship carefully and saw a big word embroidered on the flag. But he was still confused. The reason why the Shui family, one of the 4 big families in the southern Song dynasty, was known as pearls are like soil and gold is like iron, was that they not only had a family master who was involved in political affairs, but also had the identity of imperial merchants. They could be said to be very rich. He had heard more than one person call the Shui family the first imperial merchant in the world after staying in Lin and for so long. You don't understand, the eunuch explained. The Shui family mainly deals with overseas businesses, and they claim to be the best there. The Ruan family deals with inland businesses, and they are the best there. For those of us who were born by the river, many of us rely on the Ruan family to make a living. Naturally, we think that the Ruan family is the best royal merchant in the world. I see. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. He seemed to have heard of the name of the Ruan family before, but now he was in a high position. Even the Shui family, who had a chancellor, was not qualified to be on equal footing with him, not to mention the Ruan family, whose official background was not so prominent. Noticing the disapproval in his tone, the eunuch suddenly became anxious. Being able to become an imperial merchant, his background in Lin and must be unfathomable. Everyone has various guesses, but no one can be sure. The only sure thing is that the husband of the Ruan family's master is a member of the Yang family, a wealthy family in Sichuan province. The master of the Ruan family is a woman? Ren Yingying, who had been calm on the side, asked in surprise. Don't you know? The eunuch seemed to be talking about something that everyone knew. Madame Ruan, as a woman, has made the family business bigger and bigger these years. These years, the Ruan family has a tendency to surpass the Shui family, and most of it is her credit. Then she is really amazing. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. If there was a woman in the future who made such a big family business, he would not be surprised at all. But now in the southern Song dynasty, where Neo-Confucianism was prevalent, there was actually such an achievement. It was really amazing. Madame Ruan is not only good at business, but she is also a great beauty. I was lucky enough to see her from a distance. Not only is she unparalleled, but she is also very kind. She is just like a fairy descending to the world, the eunuch said with an intoxicated look on his face, as if he was recalling the scene in the past. But it is a little strange that every person who saw her described her appearance differently. Some said she was a dignified and quiet young woman, some said she was a coquettish and beautiful fox spirit, and some said she was a girl with a sweet voice. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and did not care much. For a lowly eunuch like him, how many beauties had he seen in his life? Perhaps with a little beauty and a high status, he would treat her as a fairy. Naturally, there would be some falsehoods, but the other person's next words made his thoughts slightly waver. The eunuch obviously noticed the disbelief in his eyes and suddenly became anxious. Madame Ruan and the second daughter of the Shui family are called the 2 beauties of the imperial business by people in our business. They are different from the ordinary women who do not go out. They run their business and often show their faces in public. Many people in our business have seen them. Who doesn't praise their appearance? Although your wife is beautiful, she may not necessarily be comparable to them. Ren Yingying smiled slightly. She had always been graceful and magnanimous. How could she take this person's words to heart? On the contrary, Song Qingshu's heart moved. He did not believe that this Madame Ruan was so beautiful, but he had seen the young daughter of the Shui family. Shui Baochai's appearance was beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. In particular, her well-educated and dignified temperament made her look like a one-in-a-million great beauty. Of course, later on, when he inadvertently learned of her identity as a secret agent of the Imperial City Division, the cold and completely opposite side of her was a story for another time. At that time, in the banquet of the princes and nobles in Lin, he accidentally heard them talking about the Shui family. They said that eunuch Shwe was really lucky to have two beautiful daughters. The eldest daughter, Shwe Baochai, was already stunning enough, but the second daughter, Shwe Baochin, was even better. However, the second daughter mainly took care of the imperial business for the family. Every day, she followed the fleet to travel all over the country. In the city of Lin An, there were fewer opportunities to see her than the people at the bottom. Shwe Baochin. Song Qinshu could not help but think of the perfect woman who suddenly appeared in the middle and late stage of the original novel of The Dream of Red Chamber. Her appearance and talent faintly overshadowed the two heroines, Lin Daiyu and Shwe Baochai. Even Shwe Baochai, who had always been dignified and self-restrained, could not help but say a few words of jealousy. Moreover, she did not enter the official list of the 12 beauties of Jinling, which proved that she was very happy in this life, so she did not have to enter the unlucky life department. This woman was so perfect that it made people jealous. Although Song Qinshu had never seen her in this world, with Shwe Baochai in front of him, he believed that her appearance was roughly at the standard. Now he heard that this Madame Ruan could actually be called the two beauties of the imperial business with her. He was surprised and curious about this Madame Ruan. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly asked, "You just said that this ship is called Mirror Lake?" "Yes." The eunuch nodded. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.